Hello, folks on the internet. Hope you're all having a wonderful day and welcome to Spooky Saturday, just chatting installment where we share some stories and spooky conversation with our friends on Twitch. Uh, whether you're here live with us or you're watching the VOD later at your convenience, either on Twitch or on YouTube, super excited that you're here. Today we're hanging out with Thrall Owen, Twitch content creator and just overall super cool person. Thrall, how's it going?
um Around the sun, I guess.
That's true. I hear that's a thing. I hear
Earth
that's a
goes
thing.
the Earth goes around the sun.
First one is like everybody on.
Oops.
And that person also agrees with us. It does, in
Uh
fact. Did you hear about the Earth spinning faster?
oh, is the Earth spinning faster?
So there was one day, I guess, where it was like it spun out of control. It was like it was like the fastest spinning day in history. And I keep randomly seeing the TikTok bit where the guy's like, when the earth spins out of control, it's like revolutionary. But when I do it, I'm being ridiculous. Ugh. Oh, that's facts. I don't know why I just randomly thought of that. Yeah, so you've been here before. We love Thrall Bunny mashups where we do Spooky Saturdays. Um,
You
also
never know
chat.
what you're gonna get.
Exactly. You never know. Chat also. Um, if for any reason during the stream any part of the audio is weird, let us know so we can adjust it, because we're both like lounging and chilling because it is a sleepy spooky Saturday today. But before we get into the spooky stuff, uh I know you've been picking back up with your streaming stuff. You stream stuff on the Twitch.
Once a week I try to do a Twitch stream on my channel. At least once a week.
And I know yesterday you did 2 streams. And
Um yeah, Thursday, my birthday. I did 2 streams on my birthday.
was it not fucking yesterday? Oh my god, it's
No.
Saturday, you're right.
Wednesday I did 2 streams. Wait, when was my birthday?
Thursday.
Oh, my birthday was 2 days ago. So whatever 2 days ago was, chat. This is how we live.
We don't understand how time works. We don't need to. Oh my god.
This is how we live. So yeah.
I know why. I know why I thought that. Because you played up on
With
Thursday, and then
with your
yesterday you
hubby,
played up. You played up, and there was someone streamed it.
your husband.
Yeah. I'm also a super cool yep, I totally know what's going on.
We know things, chat.
Yeah, we know what's going on. What are you talking about?
We know things.
Yeah,
We know what day of the week it is.
it's Saturday because it says so right there on the stream title. Best mod ever. Yeah, I am the best mod ever. I think I'm mods for both. I mod for both of your chats.
Mama Chibs.
Hi,
Hello,
Mama
Mama.
Shivs. Hello. Hello. Oh. So yeah, you've been going back into the one, at least trying to go for the once a week stuff. You've been branching out into different games.
The once a week is more than likely going to be the Core Keeper series because everybody seems to enjoy it.
I know I do.
So this week we're scheduled for Wednesday, I think, for Core Keeper. I think that's what we decided on. I don't know. Somebody will tell me when it's. Hey, we're streaming tonight. Okay. Somebody
Yeah,
will tell me.
I know, and this is completely off the topic from Spooky Saturdays, but I do need to set up a Dread Hungers night coming
Hmm.
up because I haven't played in a very long time.
Lots has changed. I played the other day.
Fantastic. I'm just gonna wing it. What's the worst that'll happen? What's the worst that will happen?
They're coming out with a new expanse and ship customizations. That
Listen,
was that was announced the other day.
I it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna have a great time. But
Yeah.
let's roll it back. So today we're talking about spooky shit, obviously. Um, you've done this plenty of time. Thrall, I think you've been on the show the most. Which is
I was looking at your YouTube the other day because I go to bed with spooky Saturdays because I need a calming, relaxing voice and familiar voice. So I turn spooky Saturdays on
oh my
sometimes to go to
god.
sleep. Um, so I was counting it the other day, including the time that Jotun and I did it together. I have been on spooky Saturdays 4 times. This is my fifth.
Yeah. That's because you're a crowd favorite. Obviously. Obviously.
Sorry, chat. I'm still dealing with a little bit of the COVID repercussions.
Yes. Which is why we're doing a nap time, a sleepy time, a fairy tale type deal. We're gonna talk about little fairy tale stuff. And also with it being a Thrall Bunny stream, at some point this stream will absolutely get derailed. Fully aware that's gonna happen, so we're just gonna prepare ourselves mentally for that. Um, but yeah, I'm pretty pumped about some of the stuff I found. There's one tale in particular that I want to knock out first before we get distracted.
Okay.
So let's hop in. I'm sure everybody's aware of what the Grimm fairy tales are. The Brothers Grimm, they published a bunch of stories all together in the 1800s, which have, of course, been used as the basis for a lot of different. Hold on, I need to adjust my stuff because this is super loud in my ear. And I've only got the one. There we go. Okay. And if that's too quiet, I'm sorry. We're just gonna have to live with my cute voice. So yeah, the Brothers Grimm, they were some German dudes who put together a bunch of fairy tales and folk stories to try to be, that was like their make-on thing. There were like two out of a family of 10 children, and a lot of their stories have been pretty popular over the 200-ish years they've been around. A lot of modern adaptations. And with any sort of storytelling, things have obviously changed over time, been sanitized, been whitewashed in such a way that they're not super fucked up and scary. But I found a story that I had never heard of before, and I really like it, and I wanted to just kind of go over it a little bit because I've never heard of this story. It's called The Gnome.
Oh.
Yeah, our friend Jotun is very into gnomes, but I figured you would love how this story works. Grim fairy tales, the best version of the classic children's stories. Yes, absolutely. So basically, this was from the first publication. This was tale number 91, because there were literally hundreds of these stories, by the way. So the story kind of goes that there's a king. He owns a poison tree, and it said, whoever eats a fruit from the poison tree just vanishes underground. So his 3 daughters want to see if that's really what's happening. The youngest says their father loves them too much and he's obviously lying. So then they all eat the fruit and sink underground. So the king, of course, is freaking out because his daughters have vanished. So he does what any good father does, offers them up for marriage to whoever can save them. We're just gonna ignore that. So these 3 huntsmen show up. And apparently, they find that nobody's in the castle, but there's food set out. Um, so they chill out for a little bit. They decide to eat, and they draw lots to see who will stay awake. And they're confronted by this small gnome. The guy who stays awake is confronted by the small gnome. The gnome says he wants some bread. So this is of course the oldest person of the three huntsmen. So he gives the little gnome a little piece of bread. Then the gnome is like, "Nah, man, I want the whole loaf." And the guy's like, "I ain't giving you any bread." So the gnome beats the shit out of him until he's knocked out, and then he eats the bread. So when the second huntsman wakes up for his turn, he encounters the same thing. Same situation with the bread and the gnome. So the third one, he wakes up, it's his turn before watch, and he finds that both the other huntsmen are knocked out. So he accuses the gnome and he's like, "Hey, what are you doing? Why you fight them? Why'd you do this?" Um, so the gnome apologizes and he's like, "Hey, I'll show you where the king's daughters are." So he shows him to a well without any water. And he tells him, "Hey, your friends are going to betray you, so don't trust them. And you have to go down there alone." And then the gnome disappears. Uh, so this dude, having heard all of this from the gnome, wakes the other two up and says, "Yo, the chicks are in this hole." Uh, so the young one goes down. He finds the king's daughters are being held captive. One by a dragon with 9 heads, one by a dragon with 5 heads, and one by a dragon with 4 heads. So he, by himself, kills these 3 dragons, and he has the daughters lifted in the basket. They lift him up through the basket, like one at a time. So it comes time for him to go up the basket, and instead of going in the basket, he puts a rock in the basket. So they pull up the rope, and then they cut the rope, and they take the princesses back to the king. So the young one at the bottom of the well by himself now finds a flute. So he plays said flute. He plays the ground flute that he found, and it calls elves to him. The elves bring him to the surface. The princesses tell their dad the truth, and the dad is like, "Wow, that's super fucked up." And he basically sets it up where the other two are going to be hung to death. But then when the youngest one shows up, he allows the young one who actually saved their daughters to marry his youngest daughter because he was the only one to do the right thing for their family. And that's the end. That's a children's story. I'd never heard of this story, but I was like, I need to share this with you.
That man killed dragons. I don't like him.
Yeah, that was I had some beef about that. I was like, there's a lot of feelings. Like I had a lot of feelings about this story. On the one hand, the dad being like, "Yeah, find my daughter, like finders keepers. If you find them, you can marry them." What the fuck? Like, and then he kills the dragons. He could have easily made a deal with them, you know?
Yeah.
Like, he didn't have to kill them.
I would have been like, listen, you give me these 3 women, and there's a nice 2 dudes up there that you can eat for free.
Exactly. See, there you go. There you go. Modern problems require modern solutions. Especially since I don't even know. I don't
Well,
know.
I don't know if you've been seeing some of my memes and stuff that I've been sharing around,
I've
but
seen some memes. I've seen some memes.
one of my favorite ones is it has the princess in the castle, right?
Yeah.
And then it has the dragon, and then it has the knight, and then it says the princess, "Oh, I just want to meet a nice man," blah blah blah. And then this dude comes up, "Princess, I'm here to save you." And the dragon's like, "What about this one?" The princess goes, "Eh," and the dragon burns him.
We love to see it.
So yeah,
We love to
Or
see it.
or there's another one that goes, there's a knight walks up to a castle, and the dragon goes, "There's no princesses here," and then the knight goes, "But you are my princess." Yeah, and they live happily ever after.
Yes, absolutely. I'm here
So
for it. I stan it. That's exactly. That's what we're here for. But there's a lot of, I mean, if you look at a lot of these different like quote unquote fairy tales, um, their original versions are super kind of fucked up. And then over time, as they're being retold, as they're being sanitized, things get changed to make it more palatable for people to view. Like I've never heard the story of the gnome, and I'm probably honestly, I think the reason I had never heard the story before is because it's kind of hard to take that story and make it not what it is, you know?
yeah,
Like there's just a lot. You can't really do a lot with it. So obviously you know about Goldilocks and the Three Bears, yeah?
yeah,
Very classic tale of a young woman who breaks and entering and steals a bunch of shit and then just gets away scot free. All because she had beautiful golden hair. What
yeah.
if I told you that wasn't the original story?
I know that's not the original story.
So, in the original story, Goldilocks was not a cute little girl with gold blonde hair. She was an old woman. Um, an old woman who was described as impudent, bad mannered, foul mouthed, ugly, dirty, and a vagrant deserving of a stint in a correction house. Some me on a Tuesday, basically. That's what I heard. Um, so what this old woman does is she approaches the bear's house because she was sent away from her family because she was a disgrace to them, which also super fucking problematic. If you've got someone, an older person, yes, if they even if they're super fucked up, if they're old enough that they're relying on you, don't just send them away. That's fucked up.
Yeah,
I have a lot of feelings about that, but that's neither here nor there. So this old woman finds the house. She peeps through the windows, goes and looks through the keyhole, and then lifts the latch. She's like, okay, nobody's home. So she walks in, she eats all the food, she sits down, she breaks the chair that she sat in. Like she breaks the chairs, all doing all sorts of stuff. Starts going through all their stuff and finally gets tired and decides to get some shut eye and she falls asleep in the bed. And of course, the tale ends the same way that the other one did, where the bears return, they're walking through the house, they're seeing all this stuff, and it's the young bear who's like, somebody's sleeping on my bed, and she's still in there. And she wakes up and she's chased out of the house by the bear, and she's never seen again. Bears have a snack. I mean, honestly.
yeah.
But yeah, there have been a lot of different like adaptations of that story itself. I've heard versions of it where Goldilocks actually the reason that no one ever sees her again is because she becomes next week's porridge.
Well, you went to a bear's house. Your bears aren't known to, be. Oh yeah, hey, come in. That's B&E. She got arrested, went to jail.
I mean,
She's in bear prison.
she broke the law.
Yeah. I really don't have. I didn't. I did no homework. I did no spooky homework stuff whatsoever.
Listen, I knew this was a Thrall stream. Risen.
So
Risen. Thank you. And I knew that we were going to do a sleepy time schedule, so I literally pulled up some stories. I figured we'd just chat about them. And if chat had anything that they wanted us to look into, we could do that. So, the Three Little Pigs. As a complete side note, it took me far longer than it probably should have. This is a completely different thing. It's not about the Three Little Pigs, but it reminds me of it. So you know, like this piggy went to market, this piggy went to the store, all that. That little like the counting game.
Yeah, to count your toes.
Yeah. So it took me a long time to realize this, but I realized this pretty recently. When the piggy goes to market, he's not shopping at the store.
No, he's not. He's bacon.
So it's very it made me sad. I was like, "Oh my god." Like it was literally a moment of realization. I was like, "Oh my god."
Yeah, this little piggy goes to market. Mm-hmm. Gotta make money, buy them groceries.
So the story of the Three Little Pigs, everybody knows the story. About the three pigs, they build their houses of different materials, and this big bad wolf shows up for whatever reason and is like, "Nah, I'm gonna blow down this house and eat you." Well, that's not how the original story went. The original story wasn't pigs and a wolf, it was three pixies and a fox.
You know, there's an old cartoon that has Big Bad Wolf, Three Little Pigs, right?
Yeah.
It's produced by a company. I'm not gonna say what company, but they're not a very good. They're a very well known company. Anyway,
Mhm.
it's very old. Um, and it has the three little pigs, and um, shows them all in the house about to eat dinner. And on the wall, it has like little sausage links with a frame around it, and it says "Father."
What the fuck?
Yeah. So I just remember that. Like I remember seeing it when I was a kid, because cartoons. And I'm like, Mom, that's weird. And that's how I learned what sausage was made out of.
Well, pigs almost eat anything,
Yeah.
including flesh.
Oh yeah. You want to get rid of body, throw it in Pigpen.
Just don't put the shoes in there.
And then you got to comb through and make sure you get the bones and the teeth.
What is this, like life lessons with Thrall and Bunny?
you know,
So
I
yeah,
I don't um I don't do a whole lot of bedtime stories chat because, as many of you know, I suffer from the old nightmares and the sleep paralysis stuff. So, as I'm a fan of the weird and that paranormal and all that stuff, I have to do it when the lights are on, because when the lights go off, things try to wrap around me in the middle of the night and kill me.
yeah,
So, yeah.
that's fair and reasonable. Which is why I'm like,
Hmm.
this is the perfect time of day to do this, to have this conversation.
Yeah.
S-
And I know a lot of people are getting way into the spooky games and stuff, but I don't do spooky games. I mean, I do play Phasmo, but I sit in the van.
Van Man.
And then when I do go in the house, somebody always
And
dies.
it's
It's
never you. It's
hilarious.
never you. Can I just
Sometimes.
say that? It's never you. You're like, I won't go in there. I'll get killed. You walk in, immediately I die.
Or somebody else. I die occasionally.
One time. One time you died. Sorry, that came off very aggressive. But every time.
Everybody's like, my sanity's not high enough to go in the house. My sanity's not go high enough to go check a book. And they're, where's Thrall? Oh shit, Thrall's in the house. So they go running in the house and then they die. It's not my fault.
That's fair.
And they're like, why did I said I was looking for the book. because I have no idea where they put these things. They like all put them in. Oh, this is the ghost room. I have no idea what the rooms are. I have no idea what the layouts of the house are. Or like, go check the book. So I gotta walk around the house looking for the book. And then everybody's like, "Oh shit, he's in there by himself." And then they,
Me with
or my favorite
35%
one
sanity.
is my favorite one is when they're in there like trying to do a sneaky thing and like just go inside the door, like just into the next room. I'll just walk into the house just past the threshold of the door, and the door will slam shut. And then I hide in a corner and they die. It's, I can't help it.
It's phenomenal every time.
And they're like, that's because you're spending too much time in the light in the van. Well, the house is spooky and creepy.
That's
Something
fair
in here to kill
honestly,
people.
that's fair and reasonable. It's just so funny because you're like, you always start. I'm not gonna go in the house, guys. Every round, I'm not going in that house. I'm not going in there. And it's always like no one knows you're in there until it's too late. They're like, wait, where's Thrall?
He's in the house. What? Yeah,
Hmm.
great. I have carrot cake.
I'm eating English muffins.
What makes
'Cause-
them English? Do they got a monocle? Are they posh?
Hold on. What are they saying? It belongs to the museum. Calm down. No. No, so the three little pigs. Originally, it was not pigs and a wolf. It was pixies and a fox. So the fox is like, which actually kind of makes more sense if you think about it. Because why would a pig make a house out of straw? A house out of twigs. That makes more sense that it was a pixie. And then the one that made its house out of bricks, that one's odd. But how the story goes is that the fox gets really pissed off because it can't blow down the house of bricks. So it decides the best course of action is to climb down the chimney, but the pixies are boiling food. So the fox get boiled to death.
Well, see, here's my thing. Why is a fox trying to mess with pixies? That's bad juju right there.
I guess because they're
Just saying.
tasty. Maybe it's like a frog leg thing.
I'm just saying.
No, you're right. You're right.
What are pixies? They're related to fairies, which are fae, which you don't fuck with.
It's just
Just saying.
no, you're right. You're right. You're not wrong. But yeah, it's super interesting when shit's like completely different. I mean, obviously, there's time. It's like that game Telephone. If you start at one side of the room and you say something like, "John has a hairy back," by the time it gets across the room, we're talking about a different part of John. If we're still talking about John, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even
I mean,
so,
legit. Like I gathered from the context you were talking about his back, but my brain had heard bat, and I'm like, why does he have a hairy bat? Like, why is it? Why is John having bats? Like, does he have a mosquito problem?
John just enjoys having different animals.
I mean, chat. This is how my brain works. I'm not kidding. Like, I literally had that entire conversation in my head from John has a hairy bat. Like, why does John have bats? Why are they hair? Why are these bats any hairier than
Why
any
are
other
we
bat?
all talking about John's bats?
Yeah. Turns out John turned into Jim and became a werewolf. There we go. Jim the werewolf now. There's no more John. Now it's Jim the werewolf. But still, why would he have bats? Do the bats tell him where his next werewolf meal is? I don't know. My brain. It's so
No,
random.
no, you're good. You're good. Um,
The other day, I was because everybody knows I have Kevin. He's my the fish in the fish tank.
yeah, Kevin's a G. We love him.
And I was watching Kevin and his friend, which somebody named him, but I forget what they named him. So swim around my tank, swim around in the tank, and I'm like, I remember that episode of Big Bang Theory where Sheldon made a luminous goldfish. And I'm like, I want Kevin to glow so I can save electricity by turning off the light.
Oh,
Like, and I just stared at it for like 45 minutes. Like, how can I make Kevin glow? It
give him
was
a
weird.
compliment.
Huh?
Give him a compliment.
Kevin's awesome. His friend's grown pretty quick. Like, Kevin's not really grown that much since he's been in the tank, but the other fish has grown quite a bit. Oh, did I tell you what I did the other night?
No, tell
Probably
me.
not. So, it was one of them nights where I'd get like 5 minutes of sleep and wake up, 5 minutes of sleep and wake up. And I couldn't remember if I fed Kevin or not. So I'm like laying in bed. I'm like, oh shit, before I fall asleep, I gotta feed Kevin. So I get up, put a pinch of food in the tank, lay down, fall asleep for like 5 minutes, like a dead heavy sleep. Wake up. Oh shit, I gotta feed Kevin. Fed Kevin. Laid back down. I fed, like, I have a big container of fish food. Like the big one you get at Walmart for like $8, the big
Yeah.
one. Yeah, within 2 hours, Kevin and his friend have ate half of one of them. Because I just kept waking down. Oh shit, I gotta feed Kevin.
Oh.
I was stuck in a loop. Somebody was fucking with the Matrix. I
Honestly,
was.
did I tell you what happened when my in-laws were here?
Mm-mm.
So, my in-laws were here, and we, of course, everything was kind of like we were doing stuff around the house. And I had fed Moscow. Sometimes I feed her in the night, and sometimes like her wet food. We keep dry food out for her because she likes to graze,
Mm-hmm.
and then we give her like the wet food, like once a day, so that way she doesn't. Because if she had like wet foods, like obviously it'll dry out, so you don't want to like just keep.
Yeah.
But it's like very high and stuff. It's very like she's a little cat, and she grazes, so it's like okay, you put the wet food out, and she has a big wet food situation. So I had fed her at night, or like in the afternoon one day. And the next morning, I went to feed her, and I was gonna feed her. Uh, I was gonna feed her turkey, and Zombie was like, "No, she just had turkey." And I'm like, "No, I fed her yesterday. She had chicken." And he goes, "No, I fed her yesterday, and she had turkey." So I don't know how many times over the weekend we both had fed her, but we caught this on a Sunday. So
Poor Moscow.
she a cutie. I can't even be mad at the player. I can't
Yeah.
even.
Well, Toby does that. Well, I'll tell you what Toby did.
Yeah.
Last night, as you know, I was playing Play Up with your husband.
Mhm.
Nobody was home, so I had my door cracked because Boss likes to come in and get scratched and be aware, the dog, that
Yeah.
somebody's home. And your husband can attest to this, Zombie can. I had to get up and shut my door because I kept looking out my door and swear to God I seen a face in my door like multiple times. So I
Mm.
actually had to get up and shut my door. And about 10 minutes after I did that, Toby likes to scratch at my door when he's hungry and nobody else is home. Be like, hey, come feed me.
Yeah.
So I open my door, and he comes in my room, and I'm like, come on, we'll go get you food. Because he always wants to eat because he's old and he forgets that he eats. He literally forgets that he eats.
That's a mood.
And he just meowed at me, looked at me, and walked over and laid over by the stand where Kevin is, and just laid there on one of my shirts that's on the floor. And I'm like, that's weird. Okay, whatever. Yeah, the face just wanted to watch Plate Up because it's so fun. Yeah, Plate Up is fun. Anyway, so I'm laying there, and pretty soon Toby gets up and just does this loud, like, Toby doesn't meow meow. He, like, his mouth opens and you hear a little sound.
Yeah.
But he opened his mouth and did, like, this loud meow, howl, cowl kind of thing, which got Oreo from downstairs, the other cat, and he ran up here, and he sat in my room. And they just sat in front of my door and, like, stared at my door. And I'm like, good kitties? So, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
animals are super, like, uh, they're super aware of things that you and I, as people, may not necessarily be able to see or comprehend. Like,
like I like I said before, the cats, they don't really come into my room. Like, I can leave my door open all day and they won't come in my room. But they felt the need, and Toby's actually laying on my jacket right now over in the corner. But yeah, so every once in a while Toby will spend like 3 or 4 days up and around my room, but he won't come in my room. But he felt the need, he needed to come in my room. So
I think that that's honestly, as scary as that may be, like, oh my god, they're here, they can see something. But also the fact that they came there to rally and be like, nah, not today. We're not doing this shit. Goodbye. Leave. Leave. Like,
like, he like called the other cat from downstairs, and I'm like, oh shit, they need two cat energy. What the fuck? That freaked me out. But like, why do you need two cat energy? Like, what?
no, it's wild because I think, like, obviously animals experience life differently than we do. But, like, even, like, what they can see, like, their senses are different than ours. Like,
I sent you a picture of Toby on Discord.
thank you, because I actually needed to see, a picture of him right now. Thank you.
Yeah.
He's the best, he's the best foreman.
Toby's awesome.
As I refer to Toby in the past, Foreman
Mm-hmm.
Meow.
Like, you really can't. You just think it's like something else laying on the floor in the picture, but it's Toby curled up.
He's having a nippy nap.
Mm-hmm. And
No.
yeah, that's by the little closet that weird shit happens in. It's actually open for some reason. I don't. My hunting coat's sticking out of it. But
No, thank you.
yeah,
That's
that's where he's been laying. So
super interesting. No, I mean you even see it like in pop culture. You see people will talk about it, like the whole idea that animals can sense spirit and can sense when something's going on. I actually
I
the
think
most amazing film, everyone knows the most amazing film, obviously, the 1999 The Mummy, obviously best film ever, hands down. Um, the whole part where, like, the the mummy dude who's like super cute, he's like half his face is fucked up at the time because he's regenerating, and then they pull out the cat and he's like, no, a cat, my only weakness, and runs. Like, that's super cool. I don't know what I was talking about. Well,
What was it? I was doing something. I can't remember. Oh, kids, little kids. Me and my brothers were talking. I think I told you this story off stream, but I'm gonna say it on stream.
okay.
A while ago, me and my brothers got together and we decided to go fishing. So we're bullshitting in my one brother's basement because it was raining, thunderstorming. We were gonna go fishing between raindrops because we're dedicated like that.
Yeah.
And we were talking about stuff. And my oldest brother's nephew, when my one brother lived in his old house, was playing with like Matchbox cars at the bottom of the stairwell. And my brother, he was like 2 or 3, not old enough to talk or whatever. And my older brother, my nephew kept looking upstairs and saying no and shaking his head. My older brother walked by him. He's like, "Who are you talking to?" My nephew's like, "Oh, there's a man at the top of the stairs wants me to come up and play." And my brother looks at him and says, "Well, don't fucking do it." And he's like, "Sorry." And my nephew's like, "I didn't plan on it. He don't seem very nice." I'm like, "Oh God." So yeah, that's a thing.
Kids say the creepiest shit sometimes.
Yeah. There's a man at the top of the stairs that wants me to come up and play. Well, don't do it. Well, I don't plan on it.
I like how
Which,
that was the response and not like, oh my god, what could be happening? Like, well, don't fucking do it. Jesus.
yeah. Um, which reminds me of a comic strip I seen the other day. It has a little girl and a little boy sitting at a Ouija board because that's what little kids need.
Well, according to Hasbro, you only need to be 8 to summon a demon, right?
Yeah. Anyway, it shows the Ouija board and like the letter K is highlighted. Anyway, it turns into a dark comic. And anyway, the little girl says, "You're moving it. Stop moving it." And then the next thing comes over is the little girl's mom. It just shows the little girl there, no little boy. And the mom's like, "Who are you talking to?"
Oh
And
shit.
the little girl's like, "What are you talking about?" And then it shows the next scene of the Ouija board where the little girl was writing down the letters,
Mm-hmm.
and it said "kill mom." So yeah,
Oh
little
man.
little little dark comic strip I seen the other day.
I love dark comic strips. I know that sounds so weird, but like, they're kind of like, I giggle at them. I
It
giggle.
was on Instagram, so you can't even copy things off Instagram. And I'm like, eh, Instagram.
Um,
I go on Instagram because it has all my dad jokes on there.
as you do. I
Yep.
actually don't have an Instagram. Just because I don't. That seems like a lot. That seems like
It's
a
fun.
lot of effort. So like, I'm just not gonna. um,
Yeah.
I go there for the memes. Yeah, you would.
I'm sorry, but this is the president's bedroom. It's for Biden to use. Ha ha ha. Like it's forbidden.
That's
Dad joke.
kind of funny.
Sorry.
No,
Apologies.
no,
My
that was
apology.
that was funny. It's provided to use. All right, focus. I'm gonna focus for a second.
We don't focus. What are we talking about?
This is fair and reasonable, but I wanted to talk about Red Riding Hood because there have been like so many different like film adaptations to
Ooh,
this
I watched one
story.
the other day on the app that has the N. Red Riding Hood.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
There's like literally like millions of adaptations to this. And apparently, and I didn't know this, but apparently there are versions of the story where the grandma's hiding in the closet,
Mm-hmm.
which to me is weird. Because
Or
everybody know
tied
that wolf ate her ass.
or tied up in the closet. There's been that.
Everybody knows the real thing is that she She was told not to dawdle, to go straight to her grandmother's house. And she starts talking to this wolf, gives him some of the baked goods. And it's just very wild. It's wild to me.
So, don't talk to wolves in the woods, children.
I mean, listen, as a northerner, I ain't talking to nobody for no damn reason. I'm gonna mind my business. That's what I'm gonna do. Um,
Zombie, you may go there for the memes, but, I'm going to reiterate the meme that's on my one channel. Bunny knows which one I'm talking about.
yes, I love that. Listen,
We all know there's
we all
somebody
know.
out there.
We all know. I go to Tumblr for the good stories. Do you though? Do you? I'm on Reddit for only
because,
only wholesome material. Like,
I'm on
sure.
Reddit because it's informational.
I'm sure you are.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Reddit's just full of all kinds of accurate facts.
Listen, if it's posted on the internet, it's got to be true.
Oh, my nephew, he believes anything that's on YouTube. This guy on YouTube. I hate that shit.
This guy on YouTube. Listen, we're gonna actually be this guy on YouTube in a little bit. That's funny. Because these season 2 episodes, I'm gonna start uploading, so that way, in October, season 2 will start. But, damn, I was gonna say something I forgot. You ever do that where you're like, I have this thought, and I'm totally gonna say it, and then it's like, do 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 do. Oh, Little Red Riding Hood. Yeah. So, this is a complete tangent, obvious. This episode is tangents, who are we? We knew this was gonna happen, Thrall. We talked about it before we even went live. We're like, we're gonna get sidetracked, and that's exactly what we're here for. So, back when I was young, when I was a young warthog.
When I was a young
Warthog. Yes, I dated this dude who was Romanian. And we talked about, like, I don't know, we'd have lots of, like, weird ass discussions about aliens and shit. Because that's what you do when you hang out with someone long enough. You just have a bunch of weird ass conversations to be like, let's gauge where each of our, like, intellect is at.
Wait. I believe we've done this the first time we talked, ever. We had a weird ass conversation.
Yeah. It was about, Bigfoot.
Bigfoot, yep.
I was like, oh, hey, it's nice to meet you, Thrall. So let's talk about Bigfoot.
Yeah.
And you were like, hey, okay. You're like, bet, let's go. I think Jotun was even there too, and he was like, but where's the poop?
Jotun was there because he mentioned something about finding a show he was watching or something.
Yeah. That's right.
And we're like, but
I'm like, but actually, what if? Here, hold on, what if? No, with Bigfoot though, like in college, I was a member of the National Skunk Ape Preservation Society. That subfloor guitarist Dave created on Facebook, and he was very, like, serious about it. I was like, yeah, dude, for sure. But no, so I was dating this Romanian dude, and we got on the topic of werewolves, because I think we were talking about, like, how different stories make wolves out to be the bad person, and, like, how a lot of people and a lot of new adaptations of stories that involve wolves make them into werewolf type deals. And he said something that I had never heard anyone say before, but, like, every once in a while I randomly think about it. He said all those different stories about ghouls, about these different types of scary cryptids, like a striga, like a vampire, like a werewolf. All that shit is the same. He goes, like, culturally, like, if you go far enough back, all of that shit comes down to the same type of creature. But it's just whoever tells the story, whatever thing that their culture associates that negative, scary thing to, they're going to incorporate that in their story. And then it's going to suddenly become, instead of this one random malevolent thing, this scary thing out in the woods, if that culture has a problem with wolves, it's going to be a wolf that they use. If they have a problem with their livestock being attacked mysteriously and like there being no blood left or like just bloodless death, it's going to be a vampire. Having somebody's heart ripped out, it's going to be a striga. Like that's how it's going to be. And those different stories all come from the same spooky, creepy thing if you go far enough back. And I had never
Yeah.
heard that concept before, and I was like, holy shit, that is mind blowing. I don't know how fucking accurate that is, but the fact that that was a thought that multiple people had, I was like, oh shit, really? It makes you go, like,
Yep.
was it a wolf in the Little Red Riding Hood? Was it actually a wolf, or did they just use the wolf as a scapegoat during the retelling of this story, if it ever became a thing, or if not? I can't remember if the Little Red. I'm gonna look it up because I'm super cool and I know how to use the internet. Um, yeah, because Little Red Riding Hood, it's a fairy tale. Um, its origins can be traced pre-17th century to different folk tales. So different folk tales were used and combined to create the fairy tale of the Little Red Riding Hood, the young girl and a sly wolf. It's been changed a bunch of different times. Um, and it looks like it's number 333 in the Grimm collection. But yeah, so it looks like a lot of different things, a lot of different folk tales from a lot of different places were used to create it. I'm gonna say this. So a local legend recounted by Pausanias, um, each year a virgin girl was offered to a malevolent spirit who would be dressed in a skin of wolf. Um, and then one year a boxer went out and killed the spirit and married the girl who had been offered as a sacrifice. Um, they've got different stories across across different places. Like there was a Roman story of a child who was rescued from the belly of a lamia while it was still alive. So the child was in the belly and this dude saved the kid by cutting it out of the belly, which is of course something that happens in Little Red Riding Hood. That, when the hunter or the woodsman or whoever they have comes out and cuts open the wolf, that they pull the grandmother out. But there's a bunch of different ones, like a bunch of different stories that have to do with this. Like they have like the same kind of idea where like there's some sort of trickstery, sly, malevolent, what have you, that's going after a person, and that they trick them into being a willing sacrifice, to willingly go with them. Like the whole idea, the concept of like, I am a wolf, and then I dress up convincingly as your grandmother and say, come
Like,
closer to me. Like, come closer. If you get closer to
like,
me, it's okay.
did Red Riding Hood need glasses, or is Grandma just a little hairy? Oh,
What big buttons you have, all the better to see you with my button eyes.
that's right.
It's just really kind of weird. It's crazy. But like that whole idea of like it being a shapeshifter, that actually kind of lends more, like if you look at it that way, that makes more sense than like a really like a wolf that just rolled really high in deception. Like it used its disguise kit and it rolled a nat 20. And it was super successful in deceiving this child that they were in fact their grandmother. Like, you know?
Yeah. I'm more concerned that the wolf can talk. Like,
Well, that's also, you know what? That's weird. Nobody ever fucking questions that. Leads me
teenage
to believe
brain strikes again.
if we were to take this, at face value, and then we don't say it's a wolf outright, we say something that looks like a wolf, but is talking to this girl, and then gets to the grandmother's house, knows where the grandmother's house is, and then changes shape to be the grandmother, eats the grandmother.
Well, we all know where Grandma's house is. It's over the hill and through the woods.
I actually used to live over the river and through the woods from my school. So every day when I'd walk to school, I would go over the river and through the woods as a young child.
My
That's a fun
grandfather
fact.
was
Just a fun
my grandfather was telling me the other day, not when he was a kid, but when somebody in my family lived in where my uncle lives now, which was the family farmhouse. Um, anyway, that they used to walk from one farm to the other farm, which there's a path that's been there for years and years and years. Goes up over the hill and through the woods, and then down over the other side of the hill, more like a mini mountain. But anyway,
Yeah.
they're telling me that when whoever was doing that when they were younger would when they were walking back and forth, if it got dark, if they didn't have their lanterns with them, they weren't allowed to walk through the woods because of the wolves would sit at the side of the pathway and growl and snarl at people. So, yeah. So yes, there used to be wolves in Pennsylvania. So, and in my area, but there are no more. So, yeah, that's kind of a thing. And it's always been a long, even when I was a kid, my uncle and grandfather and stuff would tell me, "Hey, don't go up through the woods by yourself. The pack of wild dogs will get you." Well, that derived from there used to being wolves on the hill. So, yeah, it just tells you how stories change over time.
No, for sure. And it's definitely like that thing where it's like whoever tells it, they may change something in their telling. Um which is a lot, when you think about time overall, like people have been around for however many thousands of years, and a lot of times before written history is a thing, lessons are taught through storytelling. Um
Mm.
like there's not like a written record. It's not like, First Nations were like, yeah, and then I grabbed a quill and some parchment and took down the retelling of the winter bird. Like, that's not a thing that, for the most part, that's there. Like, yeah, of course, you're going to have different symbols that you use, like, that will represent that story, but then they
Yeah.
will be told because it's verbal storytelling. A lot of different mythos came down through the ages that way. And of course, things are going to change as they come down for a lot of different reasons. People basing that on memory, people um,
turning
misremembering
it
facts,
or
or
turning it
even
into epics, or so things would line up and rhyme and
or
sound better
changing the
together.
story based on who else would have been able to hear it at the time. Like if I'm telling a story and I know that someone will be like if I'm in a dangerous situation and I'm telling a story and I know that there are some people there who will hurt me if they hear about XYZ, but that's a part of the story. I'm going to change the story as I'm telling it so that way I will not be in danger.
Yeah.
And then whoever takes that story from that campfire may tell that version of the story and it'll get passed down. And that's where you see a lot of these different stories over time get changed. I mean, think about it. I'm going to use the Great Flood, quote unquote, as an example. If you go through like the world, every culture in the world If you go far enough back in their lore, in their mythos, in their verbal history, almost every one of them acknowledges the idea of a great flood wiping life out. Now, they don't have, it's not like they have a specific date and time, like, and then this happened. But everybody has a story about a flood.
Yeah.
And it makes you think, like, well, did a flood actually happen? I mean, surely if everybody had the same story or a similar story about a flood happening, like you see it in the Epic of Gilgamesh, you see it in however many different versions of the Judeo-Christian Bible, see it in the Torah, like you see these all throughout.
You see it in the great Kevin Costner movie of Waterworld.
Waterworld, it's now canon. It's been proven. It's been proven.
I know there's going to be people in chat. Waterworld sucked. No,
I
I like
I
Waterworld. I
love
don't care.
Waterworld. Are you
I
serious?
will
I love
die on
that.
that hill.
I
I
love
will.
that was a fantastic movie.
My favorite part is when he uses himself as a giant fishing lure.
The ultimate bait. No, but yeah, it's super interesting though to think because there are a lot of the Waterworld was great. That's right, babe. But yeah, I mean, you hear about it in different, a lot of different things. So it makes me think like, okay, yeah, sure, a lot of the stories that are quote unquote bedtime stories that a lot of people are familiar with, a lot of that could become adapted to films, like the Jack and the Giant Slayer, Jack and the Beanstalks type deal. At some point, they
The
incorporated
hairy toe.
the what?
The hairy toe.
What's that?
You never heard the bedtime story, The Hairy Toe?
No.
Oh, The Hairy Toe. So it's based off. Uh, um, I'm gonna give you a background on it before I tell you the story of the hairy toe.
Yeah, of course.
Um, Again, it goes back to when we were talking about Bigfoot and stuff. It's based off Bigfoot or a hairy monster living in the woods or whatever.
Yeah.
So to keep children from misbehaving or whatnot, whatever. Anyway, so it goes to say that this grandmother, old lady, was going through the woods one day looking for mushrooms or truffles or whatever, and she finds this really big one. So she digs it up, but it's stuck on something. So she takes her knife and she cuts it. And then she takes it home and she's making stew. Well, she throws it in the stew. And it was meaty instead of mushroomy. It tasted real meaty. Um anyway, so comes time for bed after her hearty meal, she goes upstairs to lay down. And she lives out in the cabin in the woods. And she just hears this shrieking and something yelling, "Where's my hairy toe? Where's my hairy toe?" And it keeps getting closer and closer to her house. And so she quick jumps out of bed, runs downstairs, locks everything up, runs back into her bed. And then she hears her front door get busted open, and she hears these big heavy footsteps coming upstairs. And her bedroom door flies open. And it goes, "Where's my hairy toe?" And the old lady goes, "I ate your hairy toe." And that's the last anything was ever seen. The only evidence at the old lady's shack was a footprint in her garden missing a big toe.
What the fuck, dude?
And that's the story of the hairy toe.
What? No way.
Yeah,
No
it's
way.
a thing. You can look it up.
I don't. What the fuck? There's. Okay. I'm sorry.
It's supposed to be a scary story.
That's not scary at all. Except for like the idea of cannibalism being okay.
It's supposed to keep the kids out of the woods and from eating mushrooms they don't know about.
I mean, yeah, you see that though. Like think about like the story of Peter and the Wolf. A lot of quote unquote fairy tales or fables or like different folklore or like different spoken story, like verbal stories being passed down. A lot of it is used as a way to teach to not do something. Yes, I will hydrate. Nice. Okay. I had to say nice because the hydrate is 69 questions,
Yeah.
which is an axe.
Yep.
But no,
Yeah.
a lot of these stories are used like that to teach a lesson. My dad
Don't
is
eat hairy
forever.
toes, children.
Don't fucking do it. I don't care if you got a foot king. Just kidding. Live your life. But no, like my dad is forever. Like when I was a kid, was always telling me different stories. Um, to kind of teach me lessons. Like there was the story of the man who was climbing. He was climbing a mountain. He was going to climb a mountain. He was walking up into the mountain. It was very cold, and his the skins he was wearing were he was very cold, and he was like, I think I should go back down the mountain. And he saw a snake that was frozen at the top of the mountain, frozen solid. So he's like, well, I'm gonna walk it down a little bit ways down the mountain because it needs to. This is bad. So he walked it until it started to thaw out. It was still very cold where they were. And the snake says to him, please carry me down. Please carry me farther down the mountain. And the man goes, well, I can't carry you farther down the mountain. You'll have to go yourself. Because if I carry you, you'll thaw out. And when you thaw out, you'll bite me. And it will hurt me. And the snake says, no, no, no. I won't bite you. I promise. I promise. So the man picks up the snake and he carries him farther down the mountain. It's still cold, but the snake is starting to thaw out a little more. And the man goes to set the snake down. And again, the snake says, please carry me farther down the mountain. It's still too cold. It's still much too cold for me. And the man says, I would carry you farther down the mountain, but I can't. Because if I carry you farther down the mountain, you'll be thawed out and you'll bite me. And it will hurt me. And the snake says, no, 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 I promise I won't do it. So the man picks up the snake and he brings it farther down the mountain. And he goes again to set it down. They have that whole interaction. The snake promises that he will not bite the man. So the man carries him the rest of the way down the mountain. And as they come to the clearing at the bottom of the mountain, the snake has thawed out and bit the man. And the man goes, why would you bite me? You promised that you wouldn't bite me. As the venom spread through his hand. And the snake looked at him and said, you knew what I was. You knew what I was. You knew I was going to bite you. You made this choice. It was your fault. And then he slithered on away.
Yep.
That is a story I was told as a kid. And my dad, at least once a year, tells me the story again. Like, if I ever come to him being like, man, I'm having a bad time dealing with XYZ, he's like, let me tell you the story of the man in the mountain and the snake. And there's a lot of different stories like that.
Well, the scorpion and the frog.
What's a scorpion and frog?
Scorpion is on the side of a riverbank. He needs to get the other side. And there's a frog. And the scorpion asks the frog, can you let me crawl on your back and swim to the other side? I need to get the other side of the river. And the frog goes, no, because when we get out in the river, you'll sting me and we'll drown. And the scorpion goes, no, I won't. I won't do that. I just need to get the other side. So the frog tells the scorpion, okay, climb on my back. And while they're swimming across the river, the scorpion stings the frog. And they both fall in the river and drown. The scorpion and the frog.
That's ridiculous.
So that one, same concept but different, because in that one they both died. Like, the scorpion knew he was going to do it and knew he would drown in the river. And the frog knew the scorpion was going to do it. And the frog would die, but they did it anyway.
It's just it's super weird though when you think about it. Like that these different stories are about there to tell you different
Correct.
reasons.
No.
And sometimes they're not. Why would you do that? It's in my nature story. No, for sure. There's a lot of different. I used to have a book actually of all those different types of fables. Um, and I guess there's also like Aesop's fables as well, which are kind of similar, but they're different. Like, it's
Well,
definitely
all the quote unquote Disney movie stories, you know, Snow White and all that stuff, they're all based on very dark fairy tales.
exactly. Like in the original Cinderella, I'm gonna use an example. The Disney movie, she's just made to clean, and she's upset because she was made to clean. And then she marries the prince, and they're happily ever after. And the stepsisters are just like humph, humph, and just very that's the noise I'm making where they're like blowing through their teeth and they're upset and
Yeah.
furious. But the actual story that it's based on is super fucking dark. Like, the stepmother and the sisters beat her daily.
Oh yeah.
They starve her. And they have her do all sorts of stuff. She's like, fine, whatever, I'm just gonna do it. And she escapes and goes to this ball that for some reason was very fucking important to her. Um she goes out, she leaves the shoe, and the prince, who spent like a good portion of the night with her, doesn't remember what the fuck she looks like. That's present in like every retelling. Like, he just doesn't remember what she looks like. So he's going around the kingdom, try on this shoe, try on this shoe.
And
Because
like,
obviously two women in the kingdom are not
yeah,
going to have the same fucking shoe size, but I digress.
yeah, that was my thing too. Like, what the?
So in the original story, um one of the sisters tries her hardest to get her foot. She stretches her foot out, like it's the bone stretcher, to pull her toes out farther so she can fit into the shoe. And the other sister has too big a feet. So what does she do? The most logical thing. She chops her toes off and the back of her heel off so her foot will fit in the shoe. Obviously, the prince is like, huh, that's kind of weird. Your foot looks a little. Doesn't look like it's supposed to fit in that. Because, like, yeah, my foot naturally is just covered in blood and missing parts of it. So then she tries on the shoe, and he's like, oh my god, it is you. Even though literally, like, this prince has the worst case of face blindness I've ever seen in my fucking life. So, tries on the shoe. They're very happy. They're gonna go away and get married. And, in the original stories, the sisters are so hysterical. And then birds come down and peck their eyes out. The birds that were hanging out with the fairy godmother. The birds come and peck the girl's eyes out. And of course, they're all fucked up because they hurt their feet trying to fit into these shoes for this man. That I still don't understand why they wanted him. Like, he wouldn't, if you changed your outfit, he wouldn't recognize you, you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
like, yeah, so that's how the original goes down. It's super fucked up. There's a lot of different stories are like that are super fucked up. To begin with, like how in the original Three Pigs, it's pixies and foxes, and it ends with the fox being boiled alive because when you fuck around, you find out.
We're having fox tonight.
Fox is on the
Like,
menu, boys.
who the hell is gonna eat a fox?
Right?
I mean, gotta be stringy. Ew.
Maybe the prince was dancing with 3 raccoons in a ball gown. He don't know. The prince was wasted that night. That's fair, but also, if
I
you
mean,
were, if you're,
if I had a ball with a bunch of women that were trying to be my wife, I'd be pretty hammered too.
see, I would go the opposite route. I would be sober as a judge, but just let them get wasted. Not because I'm a perv. I want to be very clear. Not because I'm a perv, but because I would like to see how they act when they're fucked up. Because ain't nobody want to, like, if I'm a prince and I'm supposed to, like, protect my legacy or whatever, I'm not gonna show my ass in front of the whole ass kingdom. Wasted. No. I'm gonna use it as a strategy to see, okay, when this one's drunk, she's mean. I don't want to deal with that. When this one's drunk, she gets hysterical. Maybe I can deal with that. When this one's drunk, she decides to clean. Like, cool. That's cool. Okay. You know what I mean? Maybe that's me. But yeah, if you're so drunk that, like, you can't remember what she looked like, maybe just have a second ball, you know? Maybe.
Yeah.
Also, you weren't the only one there. The people who work for you are there. Ask them. Like, you know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like,
Somebody was staring at you dance with this girl all night.
like so there's
Literally,
a
that is somebody's job to watch you, no matter what you do.
exactly. Like, why don't you just ask him? Why don't you just ask him? Oh, so they did a remake of a live action because that's what uh the House of Mouse does. And they hired the guy to be Prince Charming. They hired was Robert Madden, who also played Robb Stark in the Game of Thrones series on
Okay.
HBO.
Yeah.
And
I've seen.
I was watching it with my in-laws. And I blurted out, I'm like, Rob, you need to calm down on these girls who are not Walder Frey's daughters. You need to calm down. And they're like, what? I'm like, what? What? Because anyone who's ever watched a movie or a show with me knows that I have to fucking say shit. I am that person in the theater who'd be like, why are you doing that? That's dumb. Like, I talk at the screen, like they can fucking hear me, and I'm like, you're being stupid. Don't do that.
Don't go into that shed full of chainsaws when there's a murderer around. What's wrong with you?
Murderers in the house. I know. Run upstairs. No, bitch. Like, oh no, the door's locked. Break a fucking window. Like, come on. Come on. Would your parents gonna be pissed about the window if you survive? No.
Yes.
But, like, you know what I mean? Like, windows can be replaced, a person cannot. Things can be replaced, a person cannot. And that's
Oh,
always.
chat. Me and Bunny have decided that I'm just a figment of everybody's imagination.
And that my imagination is fucking stout because I imagine this wonderful creature who, if you're not already following on Twitch, why not? Why
Yeah, I'm
not?
just. Yeah. And I had COVID, and I'm like, yeah, I'm no longer sick. So that's how my brain works.
You just gotta check it out. Listen, mind
I'm
over
not
matter.
real, and what I say happens. So
Quick, say I'm gonna hit the lottery.
I'm gonna hit the lottery for $2.
No, me. Tell me.
Bunny's gonna hit the lottery. She's gonna really walk up to the lottery and hit it.
That's, you know what? This is like the whole idea of like a genie or a djinn. You know, let's talk about genies for a second. Or like canonically, like
What happens if you're rubbing the genie's lamp, like the traditional rub the lamp, not the other genie way, and he's in his little lamp apartment, and you're rubbing his lamp, and like he's on the toilet. Like
that's
does
rough.
he like pop out bare ass like mid poo? Like what? Does he like yell out, "Hey, give me a minute"? Like what?
Occupado. Like
Oh, wow. Sorry. The brain.
no,
ADHD brain.
I want to talk about the whole idea, the genie in a lamp. So think about it. There are so many different, like, there was that one show, I Dream of Jeannie,
I
from back
watch it.
in the day, which is super fucked up, girl. Like, girl, just get out of there. That's a toxic ass relationship. There was way more than 3 wishes happening there. Why'd you marry him? Um, and then there's the story of like the genie of the lamp. Um, that eventually got turned into the whole idea of Aladdin. It was incorporated into the Aladdin myth.
Mm-hmm.
Um, which, listen, I watched all of those movies when I was a child, and I just could never get behind Aladdin as a hero. And here's why. He should have lied, you know? He lied.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yes,
Oh
I
yeah.
understand you can't get the princess if you tell her who you are because of whatever fucking reason, but like, you lied, you know? And he had plenty of opportunities to say he was not a prince before she caught him, and then was like, she's mad because she caught me. And it's like, yeah, because you kept fucking lying, dude. Like, you could have told her at any point up until that, like, hey, yo, there's a genie situation. I'm doing this so we can link up, you know? Because she obviously liked him in the movie, in like the animated movie. So if he was just like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so like, here's the deal, Jasmine, I'm lying to your dad, so he's okay with this. But like, if you want me to stop, I'll stop. But like, I thought like we connected and this was an easy way for us to get to know each other. And I also, there's a genie. Um, because, like, what would have happened if they did get married under the pretense that he was a prince? Where was he going to take her? You know? What would they have
Yeah.
done?
Okay, I just read something really fucked up on my phone.
Yes.
It's not really fucked up, but it's a Pokemon fan theory. So, and it goes with the fact of wishes and stuff.
Okay.
So Ash, we all know Ash, the Pokemon, the kid that's forever 10 years old and catching Pokemon, right?
He's 10 years old. He's got 20 years experience. He's every hiring manager's dream.
Yes, but I'm going to read what the article, what this little thing says. So, the Pokemon anime series has been on the air for nearly 20 years, but in all that time, the protagonist Ash Ketchum has never aged. While this is pretty common in children's cartoons and the very active Pokemon fan base may have uncovered the real reason why Ash is always 10 years old. In the pilot episode, Ash sees the legendary Pokemon Ho-Ho. You know, the sun
Oh,
bird,
yeah.
the sun bird thing. So Ho-Ho's entry in the Pokedex says that anyone seeing it is promised eternal happiness. Ash's ideal of eternal happiness is always to be on a Pokemon journey, and Ho-Ho granted this for him by keeping him forever young. So the magical Skybird said, "Hey, you're fucking 10."
That's ridiculous. I'm not a fan of that. Jinns are not to be trusted except the fact that you can trust them to twist your wishes, at least what the stories portray. Technically, in the Disney Aladdin, he was already a prince, so Genie owes him a wish still. Since it was shown later movies that his father was the king of thieves, so that made him a prince already. Oh, the fucking fine print. That's how you get him. But like,
Yeah, but like he frees Genie, and Genie gives him a bunch of shit for free for the rest of his life. So
which, okay. So really, if you think about it, if you like go back and you do a little digging, the idea, the story of the genie in the lamp or the genie in the ring, all of this comes from the story of Scheherazade, 1001 Arabian Nights, where basically she, um, I can't remember, I did a play. That's the funny thing is, in middle school we did a play about Scheherazade, where I played a dude, a mean like advisor dude with another chick, and like we had mustaches that we did with mascara. Um, it was very like we had like goatees. You could tell we were bad dudes. We had mustaches and goatees. But hold on. Magic Burb makes Child 10 forever. Tracks the Pokemon universe. Yeah, Alan and Genie become BFFs so it all works out in the end. Yeah. But basically, in the story of a thousand and one nights, it's a folklore thing where a woman she has to tell stories to live, and the next time she tells a story, if it does not please the man who is in charge, the sultan or whatever, the warlord, whoever, depending on which story you go with, the night that she doesn't tell a good story, the next morning she'll be murdered or like hung or beheaded or some shit. Um, and one of the stories told is the story of the genie in the ring, which for Disney became the lamp. It eventually became the lamp. But it is one of those things where, like, pop culturally wise in our brains, everybody knows the concept. You find a genie. The genie is then bound to your service for 3 wishes. Um, but those wishes have a caveat in that the wishes will not be exactly, unless you phrase it a certain type of way, you're going to get exactly what you ask for. So if I wish to live forever, guess what I didn't mention? I didn't mention how that life would be. I didn't say I was going to be young forever, only that I would live forever. So eventually you grow old and you become a cicada.
Yeah.
Or like, you know what I mean? Like there's always like some little.
There's always a catch-22.
There's always a catch. But yeah, so there was also that movie.
Or the thing, you can't wish for more wishes. I wish for more genies.
But yeah,
fates are worse than death. Yeah, there are fates worse than death. Yes.
But yeah, that's always the thing, the caveat. There's always the set of rules. Like, your wishes can't kill anyone. They can't make anyone fall in love if they weren't already in love, and they can't bring anyone back from the dead.
Like, who made up these genie rules? I want to know who made up these genie rules. Who's like, I seen a comic strip one time. The guy's like, "Oh, the genie comes out of the lamp, whatever. Uh, I can grant you 3 wishes," and the other guy's like, "Oh, except for more wishes, right?" And the genie's like, "Who made that rule?" Like,
No, I mean that's a valid thing. I mean, genies in pop culture are based on jinns, which are creatures from pre-Islamic and Islamic mythology. They're shapeshifters. Um, they possess, they cause madness. But in the Western world, they're almost synonymous with like wish granting. Um, but they've been adapted over time uh, to be essentially like blue dude, like cool little thing in a bottle, gonna give you wishes. Um, Gonna have a lawyer write up an ironclad contract for your wishes, essentially. 3 wish limit? Got it. Just wish for that limit to be larger.
3 larger wishes. You can't have smaller wishes, just larger wishes. Oh god.
But no, I mean they're all over the place when you're thinking about like your, paranormal, supernatural thing. But so many different tales across time about jinn granting wishes or jinn being tricksters to get their end of it. But it's definitely super crazy to think about that what the actual creature is, or what it's become is completely different. Like a jinn, for instance, it's an invisible creature. It's supposed to be invisible. Um but they're also supposed to be associated with fire or like an element. And then you think about like D&D character classes like elementalists or what do you call them? Like the
What?
Genasi. The Genasi race, for instance, that are supposed to be like half-breed Jinn, or half like elemental like things.
Oh, yeah.
Um, I mean, but there's the end of the thing when you go back to the original mythos, they're supposed to be responsible for their actions just like everybody else is. Um, but they're not supposed to be good or evil. They just are. That's the end of it, is that they're supposed to be just they exist. They're not bad, they're not good. They're just spirits. Um but over the course of time, and again, whoever tells the story, their cultural worldview, the idea of what a jinn represents changes. They go from being neither good nor bad to being synonymous with demons as time progresses, as those different cultures evolve, their religious views, their doctrine changes. So too do like the stories of these jinn. They go from being just creatures out there who just exist doing shit, who are culpable and accountable for their actions, to tricksters who are there to deceive you, to swindle you for whatever reason. But I mean, it's just really it's crazy to me. A lot of times, people will say that jinn take the form of snakes, which I also have a weird big problem when people are like snakes are evil because of books where snakes are evil. Um, but it's just super weird. It's weird to me. I don't know how we got on this.
Oh,
But yeah, I mean, a lot of the folklore for Jin, again, has been spread out from, their original roots and have been adapted into many different stories and changed. Like you said, stories change over time. It started out as there once was a wolf in that woods, to now there are wild dogs, so you have to be careful in the woods, based on that one thing.
I'm just gonna go and get my wishes from a dragon. At least I know they'll eat me in the end.
Yeah, straightforward shit.
I'd be like, my first wish to a genie is, I wish uh, you couldn't fuck with me. I wish you couldn't mess with any of my other wishes. No.
It's definitely crazy. I mean,
I don't know. Like, if I had a wish, if I had three, I don't know what I would wish for. I honestly don't. Like, straight up, like no twists on it, no bad things to happen, no what. I don't know what I would wish for. Like, probably nothing extravagant. I don't think. Like, I'd probably wish for, like, I don't know, my own little 1-bedroom house on like 50 acres of land.
but would you own the land? Is
Yeah,
the
I would
real
own the
like
land. Yeah, I would own the land.
I just it's just for me the thing that gets me super fucked up. And again, I think it's mainly because I don't live my life in a binary of good versus evil. I don't do that. But to me, it's crazy that this concept, that this creature, the jinn or a jinn, um, that they went from like just chilling, that they just exist there, that they just are a thing that naturally exists and occurs, as a part of a spirit. How over time they became synonymous with either this completely far fetched ideal of what they are, that they grant wishes, but that they trick you in those wishes. Or just in some aspects, in some cultures, they're just straight up viewed as evil. Um,
I don't think they're evil,
but it's weird to me, and you see it though. You see it with like
but like there, does evil exist in the world? I believe so, yes. But
right.
is it always um have to be like synonymous with like a jinn or something like that? No,
No.
people in general are innately evil. And an evil person will make an evil spirit. But a good person, say a good person passes or whatever and has unfinished business, will make a good spirit. In my eyes. So I think in the spiritual realm of things, there is good and evil in there as well. It's just everybody's scared of it. So even if some say a spirit or a jinn or something like that has good intentions and makes itself known to a person, there's so much negativity surrounding all that, they automatically think that it's evil.
No, for sure. And I'm one to believe that like my thought is like nothing is going to be inherently one way or another. But absolutely, choices have consequences. And if you choose to do something that hurts somebody, yeah, that's fucked up and there's going to be a consequence eventually to that. Um but for me, it's wild because depending on the worldview or like the things that impact the story for you, the person who's going to tell it later on, like a lot of these stories associate jinn with soothsayers, people who are telling truths. That is their only jam, is that they know the future and that they can tell you the truth of the situation. They may not be like super like I'm going to sugarcoat it. It's like when you read when you when you do a rune reading or when you do a tarot reading or some form of divination.
I gotta
Um
get my tarot cards out. I have them put away at the moment.
I have a set of tarot cards that literally drag my ass every time I fucking use them. They are not the sweetest things. And the only thing I can equate it to is like that friend of yours who is incredibly blunt to the point where it's kind of mean, where you're like, damn, okay. I saw a meme and it was a Golden Girls meme. And it was like, can I ask a stupid question? And then it was and then it was B. Arthur below it, and her name, like, she had a name tag that says tarot cards. It says, like, no one else I know. And I just, like, can I ask, like, no one else I know? Like, yes, okay, I can ask stupid questions. Um, but no, like, that's the caveat with not necessarily Jin, but with hard truths, is that sometimes people aren't ready to hear a truth. They're not ready to hear something that's gonna fuck them up. Now, is that you gonna say, well, the messenger is the evil one? No, like shit is what it is. That person who maybe worked with a jinn, that person who you asked for help, you asked an answer to, you asked for an answer. And if the answer isn't what you wanted to hear, that doesn't mean that the person you got the answer from is evil or out to get you. You asked a question, you got an answer.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have trouble with it. As a person who has done tarot readings for other people, who have done readings for other people, nobody likes to hear when shit's not going to go their way. Like no one
I
wants to
do.
know that.
If,
Yeah, I mean
if
personally, me, if
if
I'm
I'm
asked,
doing something and everybody's like, "That's not gonna fucking work." Sorry, I'm swearing.
no,
Sorry.
really, really,
like, like
I
if
think
I'm
my
doing
audience is aware of
something
it.
and there's like absolutely no possible way that it will work, tell me that there's no possible way that's gonna work.
No, for sure. And
Yeah, I am one of them people. I am blunt and upfront and honest. Like, I went to a job interview. Well, you know this. I went to a job interview and the lady was giving me attitude, and I said, "I ain't fucking working for you. You're not a nice person."
You probably ruined her fucking day. You probably did. She's probably, I've never had anyone tell me I was mean before. Well,
Like, yeah, I don't. And like when I first started working when I was 19, the president of a store come down and said, "Hey, do you like the way this sign is set?" No, it's stupid. You don't have shelving. Nobody can get to anything. And like you thought I would have like just shot somebody in the middle of the store. Like
how
you could,
could you tell him something so bold yet so fucking true?
and that's how I am. Like I am nice and courteous, and sometimes I don't want to voice my opinion because I know people can't handle it. AKA somebody within our friend group.
No, I mean there are people. There are definitely there's people
So,
everywhere like that though. That like if you tell them the truth straight up, because they ask you a question, so you give them an answer, and they're like, "Well, I don't really like that answer. That made me feel some type of way." It's well, then don't ask.
well, you're entitled to feel that type of way, but
Yeah,
you
you're
don't
always
take
entitled
that
to your feelings.
feeling and then project it on to try to make other people feel just as shitty as you do.
No, because
You
that's
know what I
not
mean?
cool.
Like, I don't know.
No, no, there's
I
definitely there's a
I
lot
like
to
to be
be there's a lot
I
to be
like to
said
be
about it.
straight and upfront and honest with people, and people can't take that. Like everybody tell like legitimately had people tell, "Oh, you're homophobic." No, I am not
No, you're
homophobic.
not.
I just don't give a shit.
I've never
If you
I've
want to go,
never known you to be any type of bigotry. Now, if someone's an asshole, you've got no problem telling them they're an asshole, but it's
like,
never
yeah,
based on who they are as a person, like the choices that they make, who they love, or anything like that, or even who they vote
it's just,
for. You're just very
it's
like, no, you're being an asshole right now.
it's just
Like,
like it's just like if you were trying to tell me something that you and Zombie do in your personal time. I don't want to hear it. I don't give a shit about it. I don't want to
yeah,
hear it. Just like the one guy was trying to tell me what he was doing with this other dude. I don't care. I don't want to hear it. I don't give a shit about it.
like cool, live your life.
I don't spread what I do in the confines of my bedroom with other people.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear what anybody else does in the confines of their bedrooms with other people.
because if you wanted to know, you would ask.
Yeah. And
When
at
when you
that
talk
point,
about divination though, and this is the thing that always fucks me up mentally, is that when people say shit like, I want to know the future," and it's very much, "Thank you for the sub, Jotun. Also, everyone
thanks,
who is
buddy.
here, everyone's here. I just have to tell you, oh my god, 6 months, beautiful. I am gonna give you a shout out real quick. The set that we're using was actually made specifically for this purpose by Jotun. Jotun, out of his own pocket, was just like, "Oh, you need a set for Spooky Saturdays? I got you." Oh, we both did a shout out. That's so fucking funny. Uh, Jotun's like, "I got you," and he made this. He also made me these. Hold on, where are they? He made me this little cutie too, because he was like, "You need an emote," so he made me my very first emote. Big hearts. But no, when people ask, like, when they're like, "I want to know my future," the answer is going to be the same for me before I even do anything, which is no, the fuck you don't. No, you don't. You really don't. Don't ask. Don't ask.
it, it don't work for me.
We're all
My
trying to do a shout out. There's actually, I think there's a cooldown on shout outs. It's
yeah,
like,
my chat got all screwed up. Wow. Okay.
because we all try to do it at the same time. That's really
No,
funny.
it's your uni bunnies, which didn't pop up for me actually as the emoticon. It's just the uni bunny B3S mixed in with my shout out for Jotun, so it's weird.
Oh, are you on mobile?
Now,
Oh, I have no idea then.
like a lot of the emotes and stuff have not been working in my Twitch chat, so
Huh.
I don't even have access to your emotes because I'm a bad friend and I'm not subbed. I'm gonna refresh real quick.
How could you do this to me?
You know, I'm only subbed to my channel because it makes me be subbed to my channel. I don't have to pay for it. Yeah.
You ever try to load up a web page and your web browser's like, actually, fuck you? That's the story of my life right now. But no,
Oh, there it goes. Now they're working. I got the Street Smarts one up.
street schmarch. But no, it's super crazy, and a lot of it, I think that can play a lot into like the whole concept of wishes. You know what I mean? That whole
Which
thing
is
of like, I wish for this, and it's like, but did you really want that? Because a lot of time people will say they want something, but that's not what they want, or what they think they want is not what they want. If that makes sense. Why is
yeah.
my am I the
I mean,
problem?
do I really want Kevin to glow?
No.
Yes, but no.
Yes, but you're like, actually, yes, I do. I do
I
actually.
do, but I don't know how Kevin would feel about glowing. And we have to take his feelings into account.
You do. You do. Don't be selfish.
Like
Um,
I shut the bubbler off the other day and he he did what Kevin in Minecraft does, just sat in a corner. And then I turned the bubbler back on and then he was happy again.
but yeah, there. Now you have it for your life.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Um, you deserve to have access to the bunny. But no, to me it's wild. It's definitely wild where if someone's making a wish and they want this to happen for them. They want XYZ. Do they really want that? And if they do, are they going to verbalize it in such a way? Hmm?
Oh,
I beat you up by that much? Sorry! Apparently Zombie was going to do the same thing, but I got to it first. But now, a lot of the times, like, oh, I wish for this or I wish for like, but you can't. You can't wish for that. Or you're not going to phrase it the right way. I don't know. But do I think that jinn inherently are bad? Do I think that these creatures, or if they exist, that they are inherently good or evil? I mean, again, I don't do the whole is it inherently this or that, but choices have actions. Choices have
I think
consequences.
they all have their own, like a person, they all have their own agenda. And they're just trying to complete their own agenda.
Yeah.
Whether it be making you happy, smile, or whether it be, okay, I think this is what they want, so this is what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I have helped people, I personally have helped people, but I helped them in doing what I thought they wanted instead of what they actually told me they wanted.
Yeah.
And they might be mad at me at that point in time, but then, they come on, hey, what you did and the way that you did it, it really worked better than the way that I was going to do it.
And it's like, you're welcome.
So it's like, yeah, but like at the time they're like, oh, you can't, I didn't want it done like that, blah, 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 blah. Well, you know what? Who cares? It's done, isn't it?
Too bad.
I
So
have,
sad.
I am, like, I'm in rare form today.
That's fucked up, babe. Oh my god. Wish to have enough food for the rest of your life, and it's a single cheeseburger. Oh god. Oh,
I mean,
I mean,
do you still have the option to eat other foods?
well, no. I think the thing there is that it's inherent. It's implying that that's all the food you're going to need for the rest of your life, because your life is going to be done.
Okay.
Like, that's
Or is it a magical cheeseburger? Once you eat that cheeseburger, you no longer have to eat at all.
like the goats of Thor.
I mean, it's
Like,
all. Yeah, it's open the concept, I guess.
no, there's that that's the story there's the story of, like, Thor, his chariot is pulled by these two goats.
Oh, yeah, and he eats them every
He
night.
eats them every night, and he
Yep.
makes sure that the bones are good. And every morning the goats are renewed. Their bones were safe, so they grew back from the bones. And they're just ready to go. And they like, that's gotta suck, dude. If I was one of those goats, I'd be not about
Or,
it.
or what's the dude that has to push the boulder up the hill all the time?
What if it's a Lembus cheeseburger? Must be dry. So dry.
Well, I will tell you, the best grilled cheese sandwich I have ever eaten has been made out of the stinkiest Limburger cheese that there ever was. It is delicious. Stink up your house? Yes. Taste wonderful? Yes.
Oh my god. No, I will say this, because you got me thinking about this Jotun. And I know that Sunshine Al is gonna be looking at this later and being like, yes, thank you. So, in Lord of the Rings, in that world that Tolkien creates, he's got these elves. They make the lembas bread because it has everything you will need to sustain you. It will keep you full. It will keep you going. I mean, the elves themselves, they're a self-sustained culture in Lothlorien. They they have magic that helps them garden and helps them get as much as they can get done in a small space. And to them, like, this is all you need to survive. But their shit is heavily like, there is magic around their world that they constantly live in, and they're very connected to the magics of the earth. And of course, then we got our homeboys, the hobbits. Um,
The hippity hop, hop, hop. Sorry.
exactly. And then, they're just like, yeah, these little crackers will help you live your life. They're gonna feed you very full. And Merry and Pippin's like, well, we threw some peanut butter on that shit, and we ate like 4 or 5 packages. But we need some more for tea. Like, and I could just imagine, like, the look of horror, like, oh my god, that was enough for 6 weeks of travel. Like, well, they were snacks. Can you
Yeah,
imagine if a Lembus cheeseburger is just like that freeze-dried breakfast sandwich that you pop in the microwave? I loved those breakfast sandwiches. I love the
I
ones with the pancakes, and I don't even really like pancakes, because I had a personal situation where I ate a lot. I ate a lot of pancakes in a short amount of time, so I was like, I fucking hate pancakes. Where you got there's
I
like the little sausages, and it's pancake sandwich, and it's sausage
I
and pancakes, and it's
I
very
don't
delicious.
think I've used a microwave in 6 months.
That is impressive. I
Like
used a microwave last night.
I use the air fryer. I use my air fryer. If it says microwave on it, I'm like, I can cook this in the air fryer.
How would you cook SpaghettiOs in an air fryer?
You get a little dish, and you put it in the little dish. Well, first of all, I don't really eat, but you put it in a little bowl that's safe to put in like your oven or whatever, and you just put it in the air fryer. Or, or get this, you pull a pot out from underneath wherever you store your pots, and you put spaghettios in the pot and you cook them on the stove.
That's blasphemy. Also, I don't eat SpaghettiOs all the time, but when I have them in my house, I eat them because
Or
last night we were filming for Gloomhaven, and I
that's 2 nights this week you had spaghettios. You need a proper meal. Zombie, y'all need a proper meal.
I listen, he was trying to get me to eat proper meal, and I was like, I ain't got time for that. I would like SpaghettiOs. Don't yell at me. That's fine.
No, I'm yelling at you. Proper meal.
I'm being...
It's Saturday. You need a proper meal.
Okay. Do nuggies count?
No.
I didn't realize this was a prison. I'm playing bullshit. Why is everybody attacking me? Hold on, we're supposed to be talking about spooky stuff, not about, like... Goddamn. Also, we're out of nuggies. Oh my god. That's the real spooky part of the day, is to find that out. But no, here's the thing.
Nuggets.
Here's the thing. So, we were recording Gloomhaven last night, and I know the boys, you guys were playing Played Up last night, getting a lot of plate stuff done. And I fell down a TikTok hole and then fell asleep. And then I woke up and we were gonna go play Gloomhaven. And he was like, "What do you need? Like, let's get some food stuff." And I was like, "Oh, I don't have time. Just make some SpaghettiOs." He looked at me and he was like, "Are you sure?" I was like, "Yeah, that's what I'm doing." So I don't feel bad about that. It's okay.
You can do what I do, which everybody's gonna say this is really blasphemy. Is when I eat SpaghettiOs or raviolis, which I don't eat all the time because they're very bad for me personally.
Yeah.
I'll just open the can and eat them out of the can.
I'm about to tell you the scariest story. I'm about to tell everyone in chat the scariest story. The names have been changed to protect the people's privacy. So I was at my friend Beth's house. I was at Beth's house. Are you eating out of a can right now?
Me?
No, he walked in here and apparently he's been eating... What is that? Barbecue baked beans?
Out of a can. Yes, sir.
Get out of my... Get out. That's gross. That's... Ugh. No, so I'm telling everyone the scariest story. This is true. This is a true life story. So I was at my friend Beth's house. We had hung out there a lot, because I have a lot of siblings. So growing up, there was a lot of people always in my house. And Beth only had one brother who was, like, older than her enough so that he wasn't always there. So we have, so we were hanging out. And, having a good time. We were spray painting her bedroom for, like, the 6th time that year. Because that's what we used to do, is that, like, when she'd be like, "I'm done with this room," like, we would buy spray paint and then just spray paint and tag the inside of her room. And there was always, like, weird ventilation. Like, don't ever do this shit at home, by the way.
That had to be a high time.
Yeah, we're fucking wasted. So, of course, there was definitely things, like, her mom was like, "Y'all gonna have to fend for yourself, because I'm working late." We're like, "Yeah, that's fine." And our friend, I'm gonna call her Natasha. Natasha was also with us. And I didn't witness all of this. I'm only recounting the skit. This is like, it still fucks with me. It fucks me up. So that night I had some burritos with cheese on them. Like, on the top. Like, you made the burrito and you put cheese on the top. So it had a nice crust. It was delicious. And I ate that. Beth had, some, like, quick noodles. And Natasha had some ravioli. Now, Beth's mom had gone grocery shopping, and one of the things that Natasha had said she should pick up is some ravioli in a can. And Beth's mom's like, "Whatever." And there was a deal at Price Chopper. But yeah, anyways, so she had gotten the double cans, like the big cans of ravioli.
Yeah.
Because they were on deal, and there was, like, maybe, like, she got, like, 10 of them. She's like, "Whatever, I don't eat this shit, but I know that Natasha comes over frequently, so she'll have something here."
That is a true friend house. When the parent starts buying food for the friend, that is a true friend house. I had a friend house. Like, my house was the friend house.
Like, Beth's house was my, like, because honestly, like, I lived there. There was a time in my life I actually lived with her for like 8 months. Because every summer I'd go live with them, basically. Because again, I had a very full household of, like, in my teen years, I didn't want to be around all those siblings. There was a lot of them.
Yeah.
So I would just go hang out with Beth. I would go and do that. We'd go on little adventures. We would go and do crime that can't be
Anyway,
proven. But no, so
raviolis.
raviolis. So for dinner, we're doing this. We're making our own little thing. And Beth's brother, we're gonna call him Steve. Steve and his friends were gonna be by later, but they were out doing whatever, partying or whatever. And I see Natasha open a can of raviolis and eat them with a spork cold. And I'm like, that's kind of gross because it was like congealed and fucked up. And I was like, that's kind of gross, dude. And she was like, this is all I like to eat them like this. So the next morning, I wake up and I go to take out the stuff. I filled up the trash and I went to take stuff out into the barn because trash was in for another few days, wasn't gonna run. And I go out and I see all of these cans of ravioli that weren't traditionally, like, like when you use a can opener versus if you use like a knife to cut it open, or if like you used a rock or something, you can tell how a can was opened by looking at it quickly. Be like, oh, it was a can opener.
Yeah.
These cans, there was like 5 or 6 of these double cans, and it literally looked like they were bitten open, like a big creature bit them open, and they're on the floor of the barn. They're like in a pile, but they're on a floor. And I'm just like, what in the fuck? And I'm so weirded out because I'm like, why would a thing bite a can? Where are these from? And I knew that the ravioli had to have been the stuff that mom bought because it was the same double can. And prior to this, there had not been ravioli in the house. So I'm fucking weirded out. I turn around and there's Steve and his friend. Because they were going out to smoke. And I was like, hey, what the fuck is this? I was very concerned. I lock eyes with Steve, and he goes, Bunny, you're not going to believe this when I tell you, but it was the most terrifying thing. It was late at night. We had gotten back from drinking, and I came outside to get some air and maybe, smoke a little out here. And it was dark. Because it's, there's no lighting inside that part of the barn. It was very dark. And I heard growling and like slurping. And I watched from the corner. I could see. There was just enough light I could see. Natasha would bite open a can and would just eat them cold out of the can. And she ate a bunch until she was satisfied and went upstairs. And it's terrifying to me because on the one hand, that sounds so fucking ridiculous. Like, that this person would bite into a fucking can of ravioli and eat them out of the can cold like that. There was a perfectly good microwave. There was a stove that could have happened.
I mean, I don't
There was there
know it.
was there was so
What was
many
going on at Natasha's house?
there were so many different ways to open these cans. I guess sensitive teeth, I can't even touch them with a fork without cringing. Right?
As I'm
No.
sitting here chewing on a metal back scratcher, like.
Back scratch. Ah, no.
But like, what was going on at Natasha's house?
So here's the thing. I never said anything until Natasha was gone, and I was like, yo, Beth, Earl. And she was like, you're being crazy. And I'm like, all right, hear me out, though. I want to believe this really happened, though, because these weren't there before, They had to have been fresh. And the only person I knew in the house that was eating them, who ate them cold, mind you, That was a specific thing, was Natasha.
I mean, I eat them cold, like, but that's only if I'm in a hurry. Like, but I
It's
use
just,
a can opener at least. Like,
it was, yeah, so
ugh.
that's like, I can't look at canned ravioli without thinking that, and then I get instantly sick to my stomach. Because the way that Steve told the story it was literally like the most, like, he was pale in the face. Like he had seen some shit. And as a person who's seen some shit, I'm like, oh my god.
Well,
This is some real. Also, how fucking unnerving is that? You go outside
like,
to smoke a cigarette, it's dark, you hear the sound of something biting open a can and slurping down a double can of cold ravioli.
why is she eating it in the like? Why
Right? There's
outside in
so
the
many. I
barn?
have so many questions and I don't want
Like,
to ask them.
did you like at home? Do you have to like hide to eat your food or something? Like,
That's
nobody's
actually
gonna say shit if you're like
see, here's the
eating
thing.
raviolis.
That's the thing. There are people like that. Crack open a cold can and chug. No.
Ugh.
But
But
there
like,
are people like that who are like very like food restrictive with their children, um, because of finances, because of whatever sort of reason.
I mean,
Um,
my niece and nephew, if I buy stuff, there's certain things I have to ask before I let them have it or not have it.
right.
But like, nobody ever says they can't have food.
No. But there are definitely places out there, so it wouldn't shock me to learn that that is something that may have happened. Like I guess there are people who like put padlocks on refrigerators and shit so their kids can't eat and graze. And on the one hand, I get it. I grew up with
Well,
a lot of siblings. I have a lot of nieces and nephews. So if you've got the one nephew who's just constantly grazing on shit and will eat you out of house and home and then won't eat dinner,
I'm
I can
gonna
understand to a degree trying to limit that behavior, but not to the point where they feel it's their only recourse is to take six double cans of ravioli and then bite the tops off in the. I just it was a lot. It was a lot. I'm still
I'm
very
gonna tell
sensitive.
you I'm gonna tell you that when we were young, when I lived in Tennessee, and my brother first got with his current wife, and she had my niece and nephew with him. Anyway, we actually had to put a lock on the refrigerator. Not because we needed to keep, like, not because we were saying no, you can't eat it, but because the kids would get up in the middle of the night and just eat everything and then go back to bed.
Oh, like sleep eating?
Like, no, they'd just wait. They wouldn't even sleep. They'd wait until the adults went to. They wouldn't even sleep. They'd just wait until everybody went in their rooms and then they'd go out and eat. Like,
Huh.
they would literally go out, like, sneak out of their rooms and, like, just eat, straight up eat a loaf of bread. Like, no butter, no nothing, just plain bread.
Just eat a loaf of bread? The fuck?
Yeah. So we had to, for one, their nutrition, because overeating's bad, and two, to, stop spending so much money on food, put a child safety lock on the fridge. And, like, put, like, bread and stuff up where they couldn't get it. So, for those purposes, yes. But if they said, hey, I'm hungry, can I have a sandwich? Well, yeah,
Yeah,
I'll go make you a sandwich. Whatever. Like, even to this day, we have to watch certain things in the house because they'll just.
When I was a kid, we had a rule about dinner, which was that you couldn't Oh, you hurt yourself?
I just ran over my foot with
Oh,
my computer chair. I ran over my toe.
oh no.
Mm. Mm.
That's not good.
Mm. Okay, my toe don't hurt. Okay, we're good. It don't hurt no more.
Ooh, that's the worst though when you hurt your toe and then like you can't because you can't do anything about it, so you're just like, I'm in pain. I stubbed my toe getting in the shower the other day and I screamed because it hurt and because it was a shock to me. And Zombie ran across the house because he thought I fell. He was like, "Oh my god, are you okay?" And I'm like, "My toe. I stubbed my toe." And he was like, "Oh my god." But like No, when I was a kid, and also as an adult, I sometimes still do this. It's not as bad as when I was a kid, but I used to sleepwalk because I'd have night terrors, and I would sleepwalk and have night terrors. Um, and this sounds like an extreme response, but my parents would lock me in my room at night, and they had a top lock for my bedroom. Because my bedroom faced out right next to the staircase, and it was polished. It was like a polished wooden staircase. So, Archie, thank you so much for the resub, you beautiful bitch. I love you, and I hope you're having a wonderful time. Um, they used to lock me in my room at night because I would sleepwalk and because I would have night terrors and shit. And I would just like part of my if I had a night terror where I was in like I felt like I was in danger, I would run. So their fear was that I would sleepwalk and run one night, and I would slip and fall down the stairs and crack my head open. So they would lock me in my room at night.
Emotes. I mean, what? Yeah. Mm,
It was
but
beautiful, beautiful. But yeah, that was a thing. But for dinner, we had a rule because again, there were so many of us. The rule was that the parents served your plate. If you wanted more afterwards, it's fine, but that you were being served a plate and you had to at least finish what was on your plate. And it became a point with me because I was such a picky eater as a kid. Um, I didn't have I couldn't like stay focused or whatever, so you couldn't like watch TV while you ate. Couldn't have water until the first half of your plate was done, and you couldn't leave the table until your plate was done. Now with the kids, it's different, but at the time, my parents were like over it. They were just picky eater as a kid. Babe, don't come for me. Um, so it was a rule, and my dad, of course, he would serve us big plates because he wanted to make sure that we were eating. Because you can't. He knew that like some of the we wouldn't eat like school food or like we would be running around and have snack food. He's like, I know that you guys don't really eat a lot at school or when you're out in the world. It's chicken, don't worry about it. No, that's a real thing. I'll tell you in a second. No, so he was like, I want to make sure that you're actually eating food. So he would serve a plate, and I still consider it a huge ass plate. So he was like, I need to make sure you guys are eating stuff. So my brothers, they would wolf through that and be done. And at the end of the night, it would just be me and my sister. And we would be sitting there. And of course, we didn't want to eat. We were done. We wanted to play and go to sleep and watch TV. And there were nights where like we would be at the table for like fucking hours trying to finish dinner. And it just was not happening.
yeah.
So like, and it's a thing that Zombie makes fun of when we go to see my parents, is that like my dad doesn't serve us anymore, but like he'll walk through and be like, munch up, and like I'll have just finished a plate, like what I think is a reasonable sized plate. They're like, yeah, eat, you gotta eat, you gotta eat, and I'm like, dude, I'm fat. Like, come on, this is why I'm fat.
My
Like,
grandmother does that. Like, you walk in her house, and
yeah, I come in.
she'll have two questions for you when you first walk in the house. How are you? And are you hungry?
Doesn't matter what the answer to the second question is, does it?
Nope.
That's real. That's some real shit. That's some real shit,
Like,
dude.
because the way they're set up, my grandfather completely built the inside of his house. So it's like you walk in, and you walk in the house, and you got immediately to your right, it's just like a bunch of open back shelving, so you can see right into the kitchen. It has a bunch of knickknacks and spices and whatnot on it. And then you walk through to the living room, and then you turn because it's like just like a trailer,
Yeah.
And then you turn, and um that shelving continues on, but it drops down to where it turns to where their kitchen sink is, and then it turns into a bar, like a bar slash kitchen
Yeah.
table. So they don't have like a traditional kitchen table with table and chairs. They have like a countertop because it has cupboards underneath it, and that's their table, their kitchen area. And my grandfather hand built everything. Like from cutting the tree down to turning it into the wood that he used to build it. And so that's how their house is set up. Well, my grandfather sits on the one side, and then I walk around into the kitchen and sit directly across from my grandfather. That's where I've sat when I was a kid. That's where I sit now. It's my spot where I sit when I go to their house. So, like, that puts my grandmother behind me, like where the stove and fridge and all that stuff is. So, like, I'll just be sitting there talking to Grandpa, and then before I know it, there's food in front of me. And I have this inherent thing where I don't know why, but if there's something in front of me, I eat it.
Yeah, you're gonna interact with it, obviously.
Like, I could walk in there and there could be a dirty, like, somebody's plate that they were eating on sitting in front of me. And
You're just gonna pick at it.
I pick at it. Like, I don't know why, but I do. So, like, when I go in there, I clear everything out of my spot, and then I'll make sure I take, like, a glass of water or something, and I'll put it directly in front of me.
Yeah, because
So
you're trying to work around that thought. Is to like, okay, I'll work around it. That way,
So if
no
my
one can
grandmother
get me.
tries to give me food, there's something there that she has to physically move, and then it'll get my attention. And then I'll be like, no, Grandma, I can't eat because, I am trying to lose the poundage.
One thing I started doing was when I go and like oh, serve yourself, eat up, munch up, like yeah, come on, eat food. So what I'll do is I do this at holidays and stuff too, because I know that I'm going to be pressured by everyone to eat something. Is I'll take a very little bit of everything. That way, when they will, because they will, someone will be like, eat something. You need to eat something. I can go get something else, a little bit. And then after 4 or 5 times of them being like, eat something, because they've seen me get up and feed myself multiple times, they will eventually stop. But I'll still have eaten less than what I would have originally done if I had gone full ham. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I'm
go
still
get that initial first full big heaping plate.
Yeah, like you gotta trick yourself on it and trick them out of it. Because honestly, I love my parents. I love them, but they will literally, if left to their own devices, as a kid, as a very small child, like when I was starting to eat like food, growing up, very little, the only things I ate were Cheerios and trees. Cheerios and the little broccolis. That's all I wanted to eat. And my mom was very concerned because, of all of her children, she was like, this shit's weird. Why is she only eating Cheerios and trees? And she talked to my doctor, and my doctor was like, no, that shit's normal. Like, it's fine. She's getting all the health, like all the nutrients she needs. Like, don't push her, because if you push her, she'll like it's not like that's how an eating disorder will start. Like, just don't. She's like, eventually she'll branch out, but you can't push it. You can't force it. Like, just don't do it. Which honestly, at that time, unheard of for a doctor to just be like, no, don't cause an eating disorder. Because usually at that time, back in the 80s, 90s, like, they're like, yeah, just make them. No, my doctor was like, no, don't do that. She'll get an eating disorder. Like, don't do it. So
I'll tell you something. When I was a kid, I would not eat rice. I would not eat any form of rice, whether it was fried rice, brown rice, white rice, whatever. I would not eat rice. You know when the first time I ate rice was?
When?
2 years ago. I ate rice for the first time.
That's
2 years
wild
ago,
to me, because I grew up in a Spanish household.
And it was pork fried rice at a Chinese restaurant. So the only rice that I eat is pork fried rice, and it has to be from a Chinese restaurant.
See, when you come to visit me, I'm gonna feed you. I'm gonna make you some rice and beans, and then you'll be like, damn, this shit's good. And then you'll be hooked. But no. So they got me to try chicken nuggets. This was how it started. They're like, oh, try this out. Have some chicken nuggets. And I liked them, and I was like, oh man, these are tasty. So my stepdad, who had been very concerned about me eating, because again, I grew up in a very huge family, very huge mixed family. So he was like, the second he saw an inn for me to eat food, he was like, "Great, we're gonna handle this." So he would start introducing different foods to me, different meats and stuff. And whenever I'd be like, "Well, I don't like that. I don't like that," he'd be like, "No, Jacko, it's chicken." Like, what? He's like, "Yeah, it's chicken." So I would eat it. I would eat it. I'd be like, "Wow, I love this. It's delicious." Um, Fast forward to me as a 20 something when I first got with Zombie, and we're at a family barbecue, which in the South, barbecue is a food, but in the North,
Yeah.
barbecue is an event. So
Yeah.
it totally fucked
Barbecue
me
is
up.
an event.
Yeah, it totally fucked me up when first time someone was like, "You want to have some barbecue?" And I'm like, "We're going to an event. I am not dressed. I didn't even have anything
Yeah,
made."
I'm not ready for this. How many people's gonna be there? Like,
And they're like,
what's
"No,
going?
we're going to go pick up barbecue." I'm like, "The fuck do you mean?" But no, it was like totally mind like weird. But no, so dad was getting stuff ready, and he had what I know is pork chops. He was getting pork chops ready to do a fry and bake. And I'm like, "Oh, that looks like some pretty good chicken." And of course, nobody corrects me. And Zombie's like, "Babe, that's pork." And I just like had a moment where I'm like, "Well, yeah, it's pork." He's like, "Then why'd you call it chicken?" And my stepdad's laughing. He's laughing. He's like, "No, it's all chicken. Don't question it." So that's what that comment in chat is about. It's all chicken. Don't worry about it.
Well, as you know, I am a country boy. I grew up hunting and stuff, so I have eaten some pretty out there things.
Yeah,
So
I don't think it's out there.
I was seeing this girl one time, and I was in Tennessee. I was in Tennessee. I'm not gonna the city part of Tennessee. Um,
Not gonna tell you which
but
city. Just a
no,
city.
but um, I had got hooked up with this guy who let me go out and get some raccoons.
Ooh.
So I fixed raccoon for this girl on a first date. Like, to me, it was normal.
I love that. I love that that was like first date, some coon. It'll be great. It's a nice
so
raccoon. What'd you fix
so
it like?
I breaded it like you would like shake and bake chicken.
Oh, bread and bake. Okay.
Yeah, so like I did that. It was breaded and
The
baked
chicken is
and
alive.
stuff. And like I'm not gonna lie, she was a you know colored girl, and so but anyway,
Okay.
so she's like eating it, right? And then my brother happened to stop by, and he's like, "Oh, you eating some of that coon tonight?" And I'm like, "Ooh."
Oh
I said,
no,
"Yeah, I'm eating
that's fucked
raccoon."
up.
Yeah,
That's
like
fucked up.
no, we were in the middle of eating raccoon. Like he meant it as in eating the raccoon.
Right, but then oh god.
Yeah.
Oh
So one, she
no.
flipped out about that, and then two, she
Rightly
flipped out because I fed
so.
her. And then two, she flipped out because I fed her raccoon.
I can listen, I can understand that. I can understand. Like at the time I'm sure you're like, "She'll fucking love this. It's gonna be delicious." But oh my god. God damn. Your brother. Swear to
I'm like, oh my god, like,
read the room. Read the room.
but like,
I could just
I'm like,
I don't know how I would have reacted. Like on the one hand, like it sounded like somebody said some fucking slur to me, and I'd be like, "Oh," and then they're
well,
like, "No,
see,
no, calm down." And then I get calmed down. Someone's like, "Yeah, I just fed you a raccoon without you knowing it." Like what? Like just the turns.
yeah,
Like
like I'm like, my first thing is like, yeah, I'm eating it. What about it? Like,
because
and then
it didn't
she's like
occur to
over
you,
there, like, what? We're not doing that tonight, and why are you calling me? And I'm like, no,
and
we're
it
eating
occurs to you.
raccoon.
Oh, okay, yeah, oof.
And I'm like, oh god. And so yeah, needless to say, that one didn't work out. Like, but yeah, like I totally get to. telling people things or other things. Let's see. The first time my nieces and nephews had woodchuck, we told them it was chicken. We told them it was that free-range prairie chicken.
Yeah, of course. Free range prairie chicken. Makes sense.
Yeah.
One of my nephews was a lot like me with his picky eating, as like he would like vegetables. I love vegetables. And he would not eat meat whatsoever. And I'm like, I get that, I hear you. But my dad made a very good point. He's like, listen, he needs to like he's getting into a growth spurt. He needs to eat meat. And he was into like, you know how all little boys at some point have a dinosaur phase where they're like, I love the idea of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we were having pork ribs. And I was like, hey yo, Aiden. I was like, do you have any of the brontosaurus? He goes, what? I'm like, yeah, we have brontosaurus ribs. He was like, oh my god, yeah. So I got him to eat like 2 or 3 ribs. And my mother was like, I can't believe you did that. And I just looked her right in the eye. And I'm like, it's just chicken, Mom.
Yeah, it's just chicken.
It's just chicken.
But
yeah. We have derailed so far.
Spooky Saturdays. Hey, we're eating barbecue. What? There's too many people there. No, it's a food, not an event. What?
Oh my goodness. No, that is a wild thing. It is crazy.
Well, that's why I turned into like if you tell me when I say family gatherings anymore, it's either a cookout or something like that. Because I lived in Tennessee for 10 years. You say barbecue, people think you're getting food. But I was born in Pennsylvania, so barbecue, aka the event, meant there was a family gathering.
I forgot that we made the derailed thing an actual command. Oh god.
So, yeah.
No, it's definitely. Here's the thing. This is a recent thing actually. I know we're talking about food and it's not spooky. I swear, we're gonna get to it eventually. We'll get back to spooky.
Ghost-shaped chicken nuggets the other day.
That's spooky. There, see, we're on topic. No, so I had never had pulled pork sandwiches, which is what barbecue is for those viewers who do not live in the southern United States. That is what people say when they're going to eat barbecue. It is pulled pork.
Pulled pork or what the hell is that other one that takes like hours and hours and hours? It's
Brisket.
Beef. Brisket, yeah.
So I had never had that, and then my in-laws were like, "Oh, we saw a good deal on Manwich," and I've never tried. I still have yet to try Manwich. I've never had it.
It's good.
But I was very confused because she was like, Manwich. And I'm like, what's that? And I remember like the commercials like, Manwich on a bun, and like the singing. And I was like, oh, like this is a real ass thing. And apparently like that's a staple.
Like us northerners refer to them as sloppy joes.
Yeah, but I'd never even eaten sloppy joes as a kid either.
Or as my dad always called them because of Popeye the cartoon, Wimpies.
Wimpies. Yeah. Oh my goodness. No, that's some real shit though. It's so weird. Like I can only imagine those across the pond or, in different places. Like if you try to talk about food, they're like, "What do you mean by that?"
Yeah.
Filthy Josephs. Exceptional. Perfection. No. Like
I was
cookies.
talking to somebody, like we have like biscuits and gravy. So it's like white sausage gravy on like baking powder biscuits. Right?
Okay.
So
I don't like biscuits. I don't like biscuits I don't like those.
If you go to England and ask for biscuits and gravy, they're going to look at you weird, but they're going to pour gravy over some cookies and give it to you. Because biscuits to them are like shortbread cookies.
They may be too saucy for me, probably.
I know this because it has been done.
Like there's a lot of foods that people, I don't know. It's wild to me. Like, okay, so I went to a Mexican restaurant. It was one of our
Okay.
first dates. We went to a Mexican, it was supposed to be like this very fancy Mexican restaurant. Like, everybody's like, yeah, this place is super good. It's like amazing. Now, for those home viewers, I was raised in a Puerto Rican Canadian household in Vermont. Like, I
Beautiful, beautiful state, by the way.
beautiful state, yes, absolutely. Um, I lived in the coldest region of the state, where like if you talk to other Vermonters and you're like, yeah, the NEK, you're like, fuck, that's the cold place. Like that's yeah. So
I've been to Vermont. Yes,
so
I
so
actually have.
I actually yeah, so like where I grew up, it would start snowing in September, and there have been years where it would be snowing on my birthday. I'm my birthday's in June. Like that's some real shit. But no, so I grew
Kind
up
of is
on
true.
rice and beans. So I was trying to be adventurous. We're out at this Mexican place, and I saw on the thing that they had ribs and then they had like rice and beans. And I was like, "Oh, okay, I can mentally handle that." Um and I asked the waitress point blank. I was like, "So, just to be clear, because I want to make sure I'm ordering something good." And I asked her like about the bean situation. I'm like, "These are actual beans, not like the smush beans, but like beans, right?" She's like,
Not the
"Yeah."
refried, not the
I was
refried
like,
beans,
"Not
but
refried beans. These are just like beans, right?" She's like, "Yeah, yeah, it's beans." So imagine my fucking horror as I'm sitting there on like, I think it was like our second or third date, and they bring out this plate of ribs that looked like the ribs were made and they were like, "Oh, let's just throw a whole ass bottle of A1 on it after it's been
yeah.
cooked." And I'm like, eh. Like
That's what sound the ribs used to make.
it was just very like that was fucked up, and I was like, "Okay."
Sorry.
And then I go to look at the
Okay.
rice, and there is the rice. And in the center of the rice is a pool of refried beans.
Mhm.
And I was rightly furious. And I refused to eat it. I was like, "No, I will not. This is illegal. This is illegal. I'm calling the police." Like, no, I wasn't calling the police. But I was like, "God, I need to leave." And I think we left there and we went and got wings or something. But like I was not expecting it, and I asked specifically. I was like, "Is this gonna be like this?" And she's like, "No, no, of course not." And I was just like, "What?" He's like, "You should have had the fajitas," and I'm like, "No, I can't." We were gonna talk about spooky shit today. I think
We
we've talked
talked about some spooky
we've talked
stuff,
about some
but
spooky stuff.
it's a Bunny and Thrall stream.
Yeah, we're gonna cover everything.
It's what it is. If we talk about it in private Discord, we're gonna talk about it on stream.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's just how it is. Like,
It's how it do be like that, you know?
yeah. So, because usually when me and Bunny are in a Discord, there's like several other people, and so this is like Thrall and Bunny time.
Yeah. You all are just here to be a part of it and chat and
Like,
chilling.
yeah. So, but yeah, my niece, my that lives with me now, does not eat fish. She won't eat fish.
I respect that.
But I can get her to eat fish, and she doesn't know it's fish. I grind it up and make homemade fish patties, like little fish burgers,
Oh, that's cute.
and like then you fry it in quite a lot of grease because it has to hold together, so you have to have the grease hot.
Yeah.
And then I make and then you put it on a hamburger bun and some sauce and stuff on it, and she eats it like that. She thinks it's like chicken or something, but it's just ground up fish. I also do the same thing with liver.
I ugh,
Grind,
liver. I
grind
can't
up
eat that
liver and
liver. I can't eat. I can't. I refuse.
grind up liver. You add your breadcrumbs, eggs, and stuff in it, and you make it like a hamburger.
I will literally vomit right now.
That's the only way I eat liver. But like, yeah. Um,
Do you remember
Yes.
season 1? There was one story that Blast Hub told us, and it was really gross. But it's like the guy who woke up and he found like a plate of breakfast by his bed, and that like he couldn't leave his room, but there was breakfast. So every morning he ate breakfast, and that was the food breakfast. The plate was on the floor, and then one morning his tummy really hurt, and the breakfast wasn't there, and then he burst open and like these insects came out because there were eggs in the eggs. And that, kids, is why you don't eat floor breakfast. It is a
They're
trap.
locked in a room and can't get out.
That's a fucking trap. I don't care who you are. If the eggs will obviously have eggs in them. And you should just don't eat floor breakfast. You know what? Here's a fun fact.
Don't
So
eat floor food.
if you hear about the story of like fairy folk, about like ambrosia, like the delicious foods that they have, like the whole and you see this through like lots of different media, or even just like even when you're going into the Feywilds or anything like that. Like if you're offered food, that you don't eat it because you will never get home. Like the whole concept, it'll be the most delicious thing you've ever eaten, but you won't be able to go home.
Yeah. Speaking of the Fae stuff, like there was somebody I'm on one of my social medias that I'm on. I'm on this page about wild mushrooms and stuff. What's safe to eat, what's not safe to eat. And people go out and pick mushrooms and stuff. I find it interesting because survival.
No, for sure. Absolutely.
And just recently there was this one that come up and there was a ring of mushrooms in the woods. Like a full ring, like enclosed. No, like it was a straight up circle. And there happened to be edible mushrooms that grew like that. And this crazy person starts picking the mushrooms.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Like a mushroom ring in the woods, right? And we all know you don't step in it and you don't touch it.
No,
Correct?
for sure. That's very obvious. Like that, I feel like that if anything has ever trickled to you about that, ring of mushrooms, the perfect place to take a nap. No, that's not funny. Don't do that.
And that's why I don't like the Spiderwing Chronicles, because Spiderwing Chronicles, they plant mushrooms around the house to protect them.
That's a terrible idea.
That is terrible. So, anyway, oh shit, there's a bear that just ran through the fucking swamp. Nice.
Nice.
Like a legit fucking black bear. Nice.
He's friends. No,
anyway, like this woman just starts like, oh, these are good mushrooms, and starts picking them. And I'm like,
and says, oh, these are good mushrooms.
That bitch gonna die. She's gonna be on like, what was that? Unsolved Mysteries with John Walsh. Like, is that still a thing? Is that still a show?
I feel like they rebooted it for something.
I feel like he stopped doing it once they found his son.
I don't even know. I know we did a missing persons case review, or like mysterious disappearances episode 2. I don't know if we ever talked about the show Unsolved Mysteries though.
Another favorite show of mine, which I actually still get it on my TV downstairs, is
you want to lose your toes? That's how you lose your toes. God damn it.
Is Fact or Fiction Beyond Belief, that had Riker from Star Trek in it.
Oh shit! Yeah, I remember
that
seeing
show?
that. Yeah,
Remember
dude.
That show freaked. That shows why I don't go in the closets, like walk-in closets. I will tell you why. Because I distinctly remember this as a kid, about 10 years old. We were watching in the 90s, because the show came out in the 90s. Fact or Fiction Beyond Belief. Hashtag not sponsored. Anyway.
Not a sponsor unless they want to be. Wink.
Anyway, So I was watching it, and they feature like several different ones, and then at the end they tell you if they're true, based on true facts or not.
Yeah.
So anyway, this little kid, and his brother, of course, back in the '90s, they didn't believe bullying was a big thing. Anyway,
Which is nuts.
this kid's older brother and his friends would pick on this kid because he always said there was something in the closet. So he wouldn't go into the closet. And like if he did go in the closet, they had one of them pull down little light things. The light had to be on. And the closet door had to stay open.
Those are reasonable requests.
But anyway, I remember like the mom had to work and the dad had just recently passed away or something. Anyway, the kid's older brother and his friends shoved him in that closet and held the door shut. Right?
What the fuck?
And like in the show, you can see like because they do like
the dramatic reenactments. I love those.
Yeah. Of the door like banging and like these kids holding it shut, and all of a sudden the banging stops, right? And then they're like, oh crap, there's no screaming, there's no crying, there's nothing. And they open the door, and the only thing in the closet is the pile of the kids' clothes. And that's it.
Oh no.
And then at the end of the show, it came out that was based on a true story. And it freaked me out. So I do not go in walk-in closets.
Well, fuck, now I can't either. Thanks, man. Shit. Oh, God.
Yeah, real late at night too, Zombie. It would come on about, real late. On I think ours was like a Friday or a Saturday as well. One of them nights where we actually got to stay up late. But we had to watch what Dad was watching, and Dad was watching that stuff. So, yeah. And that show also had a story based on true facts about if you stop on a railroad tracks in a certain town, because there was school bus kids that got hit by a train. If you stop on the railroad tracks, your car will be pushed off the railroad tracks. And they put like flour on the back of the car, and they parked it on the railroad tracks and left it there. And then when they came back, it was off the tracks and it had little handprints in it. That was based on a true story as well.
So I think I've talked about it before, but like the Emily's Bridge thing, because there is I will get back to the mushroom thing in a second, but there is a haunted bridge in Stowe, Vermont, and one of the things that happens is that your car will stall out, and if your car happens to still go through the bridge, that you'll see handprints and drag marks on the top of your bridge, on top of your car. And when we went, there were handprints and stuff on the car, and like drag marks on the top of the car. And we couldn't see a reason why, like a reasonable reason why.
You know what? There is a Supernatural episode based off that bridge. I remember that episode of Supernatural.
Is there really?
Yeah. Of cars stalling out in the bridge, and then if you were good, then your car would be on the other side. But if you were deemed to be a bad person, you would never make it off the bridge.
That's really fucking subjective, though. Like, could you imagine? Like, when we went and we were doing, like, we were trying to get voice phenomenon and taking photos, and there was this one drunk guy who was with us who was like, Emily, tell me what will happen in the future to me. And it's like, are you really asking a ghost for your fucking future? Like, get out of here. But, like...
Yeah, it's a ghost, not a time traveler.
Yeah, but also, like, it's a ghost, so if this person is making judgments, they're gonna make judgments based on the time frame they came from. Like,
yeah,
that doesn't make any fucking sense. That's...
But yeah, I do remember a Supernatural episode of that.
Well, they kind of loosely based, like, so if you watch the cartoon movie A Corpse Bride, like that whole
I have.
concept of like
Mm-hmm.
she went out into the, like she went to the bridge to wait for him because her man was supposed to show up, and then he didn't, so she was so distraught, so like she unalived herself some type of way. Like every story you hear is different about it. Like some
Yeah.
people are like she threw herself from the bridge. Some are like she hung herself. Some people are like she was riding horses and then the horse jumped off the bridge. Like there's like 15 or 16 different like variations. But the
Yeah.
stories that came about didn't start circulating until some girl had to write an essay for school. So she took a fucking Ouija board to this bridge and got the story from using the Ouija board.
That's how you die.
Yeah, here's the thing. So she went by herself,
Well,
which
it's not necessarily that's how you die, but
that's a terrible idea. Either way.
that's not a smart plan. Yeah.
Like, here's the thing. So if you subscribe to the occultism thought, like the thought like, okay, well a Ouija board is just a board. Like, it's just a tool. But it
I
specifically
won't
says
touch one.
Hasbro flat out says don't play this shit by yourself. Like, just don't
I
do
don't.
it.
I don't fucking touch one.
Oh no, I wouldn't.
There's a B-rated horror movie based off a Ouija board too.
Well, now
And
you have to tell me about it. Now you have to.
I watched
It's
it.
the
Like,
law. It's the
I've
law,
watched
Thrall.
it. I've watched it some, and it has like the same concept that Phasmo has. They didn't say goodbye when they were playing with the Ouija board in this like haunted theater, and it just like unleashed this ghost creature demon thing that went around killing them because they got locked in. And then the movie was so bad. It goes like the end of it after everybody's dead.
I
There's like
love B
one
movies. Can I
survivor.
just say that? Like, B style, like, movies that are just like garbage. And you're like, damn, this is so good to watch.
And I remember it because it was on the Sci-Fi Channel, and we had just gotten cable, like for the first time ever. So like I remember it, and like, and so it was like this demon going around, which they led you to believe it was this demon going around killing all these people, and blah blah blah, because they were messing with the Ouija board. And then at the end of the movie, like this guy drags this girl down to the basement of the movie theater, and it has like this other dude that's just like all wrapped in leather and in chains and stuff. And the guy looks at him and goes, "You missed one." Like he captured the freaking demon and put him in chains or whatever. Like it was just weird. Like the movie made no sense at the end. But I remember the Ouija board thing because they didn't say goodbye. It unleashed the events that happened in the hotel or in the movie theater. I think it's called Ouija. I don't know. I like.
I
I don't even know
just
how to spell it.
here's the thing that gets me is that it's a very so it's Ouija. But that to me is wild. That to me is wild that they made that movie, and now I kind of need to watch it, and I'm gonna waste Zombie's entire evening watching this.
Yeah, right here. It is a movie, and it is a cast right here. The Ouija profession, like, yeah, it is a movie, and it is on Amazon Video for $3.99. I'm sure you guys can probably find it somewhere else.
Zombie, get on it.
Apparently, it's on HBO Max too.
So we were talking about mushrooms and fairy rings earlier, and here's the crazy thing about mushrooms. So if you're trying to identify like plant or animal, it doesn't fall into either category.
It's a fungus.
It's a fungus, right? It's a fungus.
It's a fungi.
But also, where did it come from? Where did it come from?
Where'd it go? Where'd it come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
But no, like I've seen a bunch of shit floating around the internet, which of course means it's true. But no, I mean,
It's true.
here's the thing,
I've
fact check
seen
me,
it.
guys. Where like several different professors are like, there's no logical rhyme or reason for a mushroom, and don't fucking ask me to help you figure out the mysteries of mushrooms, because I
Was
don't
it
know,
Ouija?
and I'm not
What
doing it.
was it? I can't remember if the name of the movie was Ouija because that was like 2014 that Ouija came out, or maybe it was Don't Say Goodbye
That
or Don't
makes
Forget this. Don't forget to say goodbye or something. I
see
don't
that
know
sounds right.
because I watched it in the 90s. So and Ouija come out in 2014.
I'm
So
sure that there is. It would not surprise me at all. There used to be a thing like if you went to a red box to get a
okay, that's a music video. I don't.
there's there's a bunch of different, like, you could go to Redbox and you would be guaranteed being able to access a B movie that was just garbage but beautiful.
Yeah. Our local Walmart has gotten rid of all the red boxes. Is Redbox still a thing? Like ours all disappeared from up here.
I don't know.
We
I haven't seen, honestly, I haven't used one in several years because of many reasons.
yeah, like Redbox actually tried to do it had tried to do its own streaming service as well.
How'd that work out for them?
I don't think it did. Like you go to Redbox because you used to be able to go to redbox.com and reserve your movies. Hashtag not sponsored.
Don't sponsor me. Because I will be the worst sponsor for you.
Oh yeah, it's still a thing. Yeah, they have you can get at the kiosk, watch on demand, or watch free. So they have a free option as well.
Okay, yeah, so this came from Tumblr, but it was also on Reddit. I'm studying biotech, and every time someone
Oh,
brings up mushrooms, our current professor will look either extremely excited or pained and go, "Listen, mushrooms are neither plants nor animals nor something in between. They elude all attempts to categorize them. We do not know what they are. Some are immortal, some produce life saving substances, some are so closely related to humans that eating them may cause an allergic reaction against your own body. I cannot teach you about mushrooms."
sounds like that dude had an experience.
Oh, for sure.
He walked into the wrong circle of mushrooms in the woods and somehow managed to get out.
But no, I mean, think about it. Like, there are. If you think about it, if you think about it, if you think
Mushrooms?
about it, there's. There's. There are mushrooms
Millions.
that literally. Fungi. There are types of mushrooms that exist throughout the ecosystem of a forest and whose tendrils spread out across the entire forest bed and
Mm-hmm.
just take. They like come up, they go, they take the living matter, they drag it back down, and they feed on the entire forest as a part of that ecosystem, like they are innately there. And that shit's wild to think about, you know? That like this one thing covers the entire forest and feeds off of the forest and shit gets left there. Because there are mushrooms that thrive on dead things. Which I know what you're thinking. At some point, every part of our lives is built upon dead things. You know, the air we breathe, the place, the soil that we grow our food, the fuel in our cars. It's dead things. But also, that's kind of unnerving to just be like, and there's this mushroom that lives everywhere.
There's this mushroom that owns that forest.
Do you
Like,
remember? Do you remember? It was like from, I feel like from the 90s or 80s. I can't remember which one. But it was like the Mario Brothers movie. Where they
oh,
made the Koopas into dinosaurs, which like
that was like late '80s, early '90s.
all I
Yeah,
remember is that there was mushroom everywhere. And
Yeah.
that was the scariest. As a child watching that, that scared me that there was mushroom everywhere. And that it could just take over the guy.
Yeah. Oh, I don't mess with things in the woods that I don't understand. Like, I go out in the woods. I hunt a lot. I hunt, I fish. Like, that's what I did when I was a kid. That's what
Yeah.
I go out hunting now to this day. Like, I go out. I have seen half circles. I've seen, like, crescent moon shapes of plants and stuff growing. I have not seen the perfect round circle yet. I'd like to see it. I don't want to mess with it. I want to see
Just for
it.
science purposes.
Yeah.
To be like,
Well,
oh, I saw one, and then I immediately fucked right off and left it alone.
Yeah. And I don't know if that TikTok guy that I shared with you that one time with his gifting rock, I don't know if that's just bullshit or what, but he's messing with something. Remember I shared that video?
Did you share that to me?
I think I did. If I didn't, I can tell you all about it.
You know what?
And
Just
then
tell
I
me
can
all about it, and then I'll have to go
I
through
can
our.
I can I can send it to you later.
Yeah.
He's doing a whole series. He was walking through the woods one day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he found this little clearing with a rock, and it had something on it, and he took it, right?
Why?
So
Okay. Okay.
so it was like a bone or something, and he took it. And then the next day he was walking through, and he went to this rock, and there was something on it. So he takes it, but this time he left something, right?
Okay.
And you know he's doing his little TikTok video and whatever. And then he left, and then he came back a few days later, and what he left was gone, and there was like a circlet of vine like braided around, like very crudely.
Okay, I remember that one. Yes.
Yeah, that guy. He's still making those videos. Like, yeah. So, and he just keeps doing it. But now he's getting to. He said he's going to put something on his gifting room because he named it the gifting room, and then go away from it a little ways and camp for the night. But like according to his little TikTok videos, whatever is gifting, like leaving stuff at this gifting room, has started to build structures around out in the woods and stuff. And when I say structures, like sticks leaning up on trees that shouldn't be there and stuff like that.
Okay.
So I follow him on TikTok. So, but his whole thing is he's gonna go out and leave something on this gifting rock, and then try to set a video up and camp by it. I'm like, yeah, that dude gonna come up missing.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Like
Absolutely.
he said he like a couple of his visits. He said on his way out he has heard something take off through the woods, or he has heard banging while he was at the rock, or leaving the rock. Of course, he wasn't recording at the time,
Right.
so I don't know if it's just a bunch of hooky, or the dude is legit trying to document something he's messing with. So
Here's the thing. Why the fuck would you take a thing? Why would you take it? And even if you do the first time and you go back and you see something else is there, why would you do it? And then why
why
would
would
you
you
put
take?
something there? Why would
Yeah,
you
why
keep
would you?
doing it?
Yeah, because maybe it wasn't meant for you. Maybe it was a warning. Maybe it's not a gifting rock. Maybe it's something saying, hey, this is where my territory begins.
Yeah.
Quit leaving your shit here.
Yeah. As a
Like
rule
he
of
said,
thumb, as a rule of thumb, if you see something weird in the woods or you hear something weird in the woods, no you didn't.
like, he's said that he's went out to this rock, and there has been stuff from his yard that has been on this rock that he didn't put it there.
So it knows where
Well,
you live. It knows where you live. And you keep fucking with it. Oh my god. I don't even feel bad for this guy. Do it.
so it's like, wait, if you didn't gift it and it's just taking shit from your yard and then putting it there, you know what he's telling you? This is where your spot stops. That's what it is telling you.
For real. It knows where you live. Please stop fucking with it. Or do. Just
yeah.
stop involving me in it. What?
Like, anybody in chat, I want your opinions on this. If you go in the woods, or in a field, or even in your own front yard, and you see something strange,
How do I set up a
that
vote? How do I set up a vote?
would you mess with it? Like, I don't know how you set. Zombie, can you set a poll up?
Zombie, please help us.
Like, I don't know if I would specifically mess with it,
I wouldn't.
but I would put, because I like hunting and I like seeing weird shit, I would put a trail cam out and I'd set it to
A
video,
trail cam,
not
yeah, a trail
picture.
cam is different than I'm gonna fucking camp
But
right next.
I'm not gonna set it within 20 yards of it. I'm gonna set it back a ways. Because they make trail cams that got a pretty good distance. Like,
Yeah,
I have a really expensive one. And then they make ones that'll actually, like, cellular. If you get a cellular signal, they'll send it right to your phone in live time. Like, it'll snap the video or picture and send it
yeah.
directly to your phone. So I'd get one of them and put it out there. But, like, I don't know if I'd mess with it. I don't. Is Zombie here? Zombie, you here? Zombie. I know we've been going for like 3 hours, but I want to know people's opinion on this. If there's something strange in the neighborhood, would you fuck with it? Ghostbusters.
I'm googling how to do it.
I'm just a VIP. I'm not a mod, which is fine. I like being a VIP.
Okay, according to this, I don't. Okay, so I need to go into creator dashboard. There's a way to do it.
There could be a command like /poll or something. I don't know.
We're gonna try for 2 seconds to see if I can figure it out, and if I can't, we're gonna move on.
Yeah, you guys can just tell us in chat as well to create a poll. Like, I'm just curious. Would you mess with it? Would you leave something like in it? Would you
I just wouldn't do it. Is that weird that I just would fucking not?
I don't know. Maybe because we're affiliates and not
No, there's a way to
partners?
do it because he did it the other day, and Tabby does them. I don't know how. I can't figure it out. It's too hard. I'm not doing it.
It's fine.
I'll figure it out for next time.
Okay.
But yeah, that's definitely. I would not.
Like,
Just don't.
now, something like the gifting rock. If you walked out in the woods and say, like, you had something, I don't know, like a D20 or a D8 or something like that, right? Something weird and whatever, and put it on a rock and left, and come back a couple days later and it was gone and there's something else there. What would you do?
Me personally,
Yeah.
I would not. I would leave. I would leave it. Like I'm not there. I'm not. Personally, I don't. I just don't. I'm not a fan. Like if I go up and I see like trash, I'm gonna pick up the trash. But if it's something that was delicately placed there, I
Like,
would
yeah,
get the fuck
something
out
you
of
could
there.
obviously know that's like, hey, that just doesn't naturally occur like that. Like, yeah. But like, I have seen where people have put like something outside, like a coin or something like that, and a crow will fly down, take the coin, and like bring back a pebble.
Yo, crows are beautiful and I love them, but I
So
feel like
like,
that's different because you would see the crow do it.
yeah. But like, what's to say something in the woods isn't trying to create a rapport with you? Like, I think it's a sign of boundaries. I personally wouldn't mess with it, but
Yeah, the fact that his stuff from his yard is showing up there to me is like an indication of, hey, I know where you live, so maybe don't fuck with me. That's how
yeah.
I look at it. As an implied threat, like, hey, I know where you live. Keep that in
Or
mind.
I might go as far as, okay, something was placed there, like it put something there, like it put the ring of vines there, right?
Yeah,
Okay, I wear hats. I like to wear hats a lot. So to me, that's saying, hey, this is a ring of vines. It's something where whatever, right?
okay.
So I would take my hat, and not take the vines, but take my hat and put it next to the vine, and then leave,
Okay.
and then go back and check a few days later. And if the hat's gone and something's in place of the hat, then I'd be like, all right, cool, whatever, I'm gone. I'm not gonna mess with it no more.
Yeah.
But like if it's still there, or you know, some, it's just I would put something of mine with something of theirs.
To try
Is
to.
what I'm saying.
Okay, so you're talking about like to try to communicate and trying to figure out what it is.
Or like if it is establishing a border thing, it left this here to say, hey, this is where my border starts, right? So you
Right?
put your thing there saying, okay, I acknowledge this is where the border is.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
But as far as taking something and leaving something, no.
My question is the stuff that you said comes from his lawn, his yard, how big is that?
It was like,
What?
it wasn't very big stuff. It was like, but it was big enough where like a bird couldn't carry it. Like
I'm
it was like old pieces of tin and stuff like that.
okay. I'm so sorry. Zombie just walked in here and confused me. Well, we were trying to figure out how to do a poll. We wanted to know if there was a. We want to put up a poll to see if
If you
people were going to. If you walked into the woods and you saw something there, would you pick it up? Or how did you phrase that?
if you walked in the woods and seen something that was strange, like obviously
Obviously set there by
set
somebody or
there
something.
by something, would you pick it up?
So the pieces from his yard were small pieces.
I'm not gonna say small. I'm gonna say like bigger than a cell phone.
Okay, then yeah, that takes crows out of it.
Yeah,
Because crows could have been an easy like, oh, that makes sense. It was a crow.
yeah, but he's finding like deer antler and like bones and like I said, the vines that are twisted in a circle. Like as soon as there was bone and antler there, nope, we're done. Like bone is the symbol of bone. Nope, we're done. Would you mess with spooky shit in the woods? Yes or no? But
Okay, so he just showed me a thing. Okay.
Oh my god.
I'm putting a poll up now.
Okay. I gotta get that out of here. Whew. My fan blew across my dirty laundry basket, and all I smelled was salt.
Oh, shit! Hello, Sammy! Thank you so much for the raid!
We have a poll up, Raiders. If you found something spooky in the woods, would you mess with it? We're talking like a circlet of vines, or like an antler obviously placed in a specific place or a specific way. There is a poll up top.
And for everybody who started out here, if you've never hung out with Sammy in chat before, or gone to watch her play games, you should fucking do that, because it's amazing. And I love Sammy. Completely unexpected raiders. Yes.
I find that to be
So
okay.
far
So the poll is ended,
we got 2 that said no. It looks like that's
and one said yes, because I was watching the poll numbers. So somebody did say yes, they would mess with it.
What's the worst that could happen?
You disappear. Okay, so the Raiders haven't heard the thing. Okay, so I'm following a guy on TikTok, and he has this thing on his property that he calls the gifting rock. And he goes out and he leaves stuff on this rock. Something has been taking that stuff and putting other stuff there, like crudely made stuff, like bones.
Thank you for the
stuff
host,
like that.
Sammy. I love.
So, like, that prompted the conversation of, if you went in the woods and seen something strange specifically placed there, would you touch it? Would you mess with it? Would you take something and leave something? So my response is no, I wouldn't take it, but I would leave something of mine by it to establish boundaries.
Here's my thought. Like, that sounds beautiful and everything, but also let's keep in mind that this person who went out there, has been going out there, has also flat out said that they've started seeing their own shit from their house out there. Things that are bigger than a crow could carry. At which point, it sounds like he is continuing to do that, to trade back and forth on this rock in the woods, this gifting rock, as he's called it. That sounds fucking bananas to me. Why would you keep doing that? Like, in my mind, again, if I see that my shit from my house is suddenly appearing here, because I assume it's not like right next to his house.
No, he says it's on the back. He says it's a pretty good hike to get back there, like a half-hour walk from his house.
Right. So whatever this thing is carrying, allegedly, is carrying his stuff from his yard that's bigger, the stuff is bigger than what a crow could carry reasonably. And it's bringing your stuff there. To me, that says, that's an implied threat. That's, I know where you live and here's my proof.
I'm just brought up TikTok, and the third video in was him visiting his rock. On his rock today, there is a animal skull.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not foreboding.
With like an animal skull with a vine weaved through the eye hole and around the back of the skull.
No thank you. That's a no thank you for me, dog.
Like, I'll share this with you, Bunny. I'll send it to you. Today's video.
I know where you live, and I know your stuff is neat. Let's be friends. No. No, I don't really want to do that. I don't need to be friends with some random. I don't need to do it. No, thank you. No, thank you. Not you. I think you're fantastic, Paul. Um, but yeah, that's super fucking weird to me. Um, Geocaching, we have seen some weird things in the woods, taken stuff and left stuff. Well, here's the thing. Geocaching is one thing in my mind because that's somebody's leaving that intentionally for you. A person who has access to the geocaching stuff has created that for you. That's entirely different than something in the woods that has recognized you are taking stuff from this rock. That's weird.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a difference. Oh. Do you remember? Since we're talking about TikTok, do you remember what was it? What was it? It was like the urban Random Knot. It was a thing. It was an app on your. You could download this app, and you could go. You would type in a couple of words, and it would give you like step-by-step instructions to get to a weird place.
No. Never heard of this.
Okay, well, are you good for a couple minutes? Because I'm gonna really quick run and hit the potty,
No,
and
I'm
then
good. I mean,
and then I want to talk, and then I want to talk about this.
We've been going for 3 hours 20 minutes. I think I'm gonna hit the potty as well.
Okay, well, let's take a quick pee break. Pee time, absolutely. Again, Sammy, thank you for the host. You're beautiful. Chat, we'll be right back after these. And I'm back. Did Thrall
I
come?
am here as well.
Oh, damn, we planned that out perfect.
I even had to let dog out. I was afraid I was going to be late.
Whew.
I remember that, zombie. I was on voice chat. We were playing games or something. When zombie heard your guys' little boy that lives out by the barn.
Yeah. Because when you hear something in the woods, no, you didn't. That's correct. That's correct, my love. What was the thing? It was, oh yeah, the thing I was gonna talk to you about was,
The urban thing you were saying.
yeah, it was like,
Urban dictionary, was it?
Random Knot, or Randonaut,
So, yeah.
basically what it was is it was a bot.
Hello.
Hello, Elio? I'm so sorry if I mispronounced that. Please feel free to tell me that I'm fucking wrong. Randonautica, that's what it looks like. Maybe. Hold on, I'm doing the Google. I'm
So,
asking
what
my
what he's
doctor about
talking
it.
about is an app, and you used to put in a couple of words, and it would give you directions to a place in urban settings.
Yeah, it was, so they created this. The app was created that it would turn your thoughts into a reality, into a real adventure. So you would type in a few words and it would bring you to a place. And it looks like TikTok and YouTube creators were using it to go on little adventures. But the thing that I remember about it is that these kids went to do it and they were led to a beach that had a body in a bag.
Nope.
Like, they had to call the cops, and there was a whole thing. But I remember distinctly, because before I got on TikTok, and again, we all know I don't create content on TikTok. I go
I
there
do.
so I can spam people directly with things that I find interesting.
I do create a little bit of content on TikTok.
I
Not a lot.
love your little TikToks. They're cute.
Most of them do not have me saying anything.
It's
Okay.
like, which Pokemon are you?
And which Goku version are you? And
I always get a kick out of those. But no, so I remember distinctly my friend, I used to work in an office. I still work for the same job. I'm in a different department, and also I'm work from home now. But when I was in the office, my friend was like, "Hey, yo, bunny, are you on TikTok?" And I was like, "No, I'm not. Why would I do that?" And she's like, "Bunny, you have to do it." And then she was telling me about all the cool different things you can see on TikTok. And I was like, "Okay, fine, I'll go." And I got on TikTok, and it was one of the very first things that was on my For You page was this person being like, we used Randonautica and it led us to a crime scene. And I was immediately hooked. I'm like, oh my god, this is so spooky. It's none of my business. Tell me everything. But no, like, and I don't really know whatever happened to the app, if that's even still a thing, but it was definitely fucking spooky, you know?
I can tell you about a crime scene thing that happened.
Okay.
I've heard the story secondhand, of course. My brother, my oldest brother, the one that I don't talk about much, works with a guy, and the guy decided to go fishing in the river because we have a river up here.
Okay.
And while they were fishing, walking down the riverbank and stuff, they found a refrigerator with chains wrapped around it, like brand new chains. Like they
Oh
weren't rusted or nothing.
no.
So my first thought was, and I said this at the time, that's a turn around, walk away, and don't say nothing to nobody. That's what that is. I didn't touch it. I didn't look at it. I didn't see it. I'm gone. Right?
Yeah.
Because we do have a mafia type
Organized crime
crime
situation.
syndicate up here. Like it involves like DAs and stuff like that. Anyway, which have been caught and prosecuted just in recent years. Anyway,
Through the time
no,
they weren't.
you know what these idiots decided to do?
I bet you they fucking opened it.
I wonder what's in the fridge.
The caucasity.
The guy's like, because it had padlocks on it. The guy's like, I wanted a brand new chain. Like, you're an idiot. If you're that hard up, dude, just go see a farmer. He has a chain laying in the corner of a barn that
Yeah.
he hasn't touched in years. Give him $20. He'll give you the damn thing. So anyway,
That's ridiculous.
he opens it, and what's inside of it?
None of your business. Don't go in there.
A body.
Mm.
So naturally, you know, because now their fingerprints are on it, because they touched
Because
it.
they touched it. Mm.
So they had a whole big thing with cops and everything, and all this and that. And then because they found it and apparently somebody was running their mouth about it that was with the guy or something like that, and then he just up and gone.
Disappeared.
Like nobody's seen him. Like he's just gone.
Somebody disappeared him.
Yep. He's probably in the river in the fridge with a chain wrapped around it.
That's awful. That sucks. That's so awful.
Like our river is not that deep here. Like it has some deep spots in it. But like on years like this year where it doesn't rain much, yeah, there's bodies and weird stuff found in the river up here all the time. Like our river is not a body dumping river, people. Stop doing it. It is shallow. Like I seen a kid the other day in the river, like up to his waist, and he was in the middle of the river. Our river is not deep.
Yeah, I mean it wouldn't even be a concern if the horses were on the other side of it.
Yeah. Stop dumping your bodies in the shallow parts of the river.
Just don't do crime. Eat a moon pie, drink a 7-Up, quit murdering people.
But like, yeah.
But no, I brought up the
It,
Random thing because how it's supposed to work is that it's supposed to you're supposed to, when you're using it, you're supposed to focus on intent of your adventure, and it's supposed to create an adventure based on your intent and a couple of things.
my
And
intent is not to find bodies and not to deal with the cops.
yeah, okay, so I found the thing. The trending controversy involves a group of people heading to a beach, per the app, where they found a bag with 2 bodies, which I guess they've solved the murder, but also, why did the app bring them there? Because the app didn't just bring these one people, it brought a couple of different people to that place, specifically where the bag was. And a lot of people will have drawn connections between this chaos theory engine, this app, Randomica, and geocaching, which is what made me think of it, because Ball was like geocaching, which geocaching is super cool. I've never heard anything, not that it doesn't exist, there's something weird out there, but I mean, it's super weird.
Yeah.
It's
seen
interesting.
Some videos of the geocaching stuff. It looks interesting.
Yeah, like there's oh my god,
But
Sammy, I'm so sorry. I just realized I completely had an ADHD moment, and I took a break from that puzzle, and then I never went back to it. That was straight up months ago. Oh my god.
like, I wouldn't mind. Like, wouldn't mind doing like a not like a murder mystery, but like a spooky mystery kind of thing. Like not somebody murdered, but like you know what I mean? Like
Like a dinner theater type thing.
yeah, but like with spooky stuff. And not at night, like in the middle of the day. If you do it with me at night, somebody's gonna die.
I
Like
went to the beach this one
IRL.
time. This one time I went to the beach and my mother and my fiance at the time were on this dinner boat and we were doing a murder mystery. And you know me, any game I play, I immediately go into RP mode. I'm like, yes, absolutely. So when they went around asking people their professions or whatever, and people were being honest, obviously me and my mom were full of the drama. And she was like, "Oh, like I'm an English teacher." No, she was like, "I'm an English teacher." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm a physics professor." And they were like, "Oh, that's super cool." And I'm like, "Yeah, like I'm working on." And I started like just listing out the most random shit. And the guy was like, "That's so cool." And I'm like, "Yeah." So we went through and um we solved the mystery, and then I guess like everybody else caught up and solved the mystery. And at the end, it was a lot of fun. It included dinner, but it was like incredibly underspiced. It wasn't bad, but certainly wasn't the only part of it that was worth the money was the experience. The food was not very good. It was
Okay.
food, but it was not. There was like no spice to anything.
I,
I think they put celery salt somewhere in there, but like it was incredibly underspiced. And at the end, the guy was like, "Yeah, so like what sort of physics stuff?" Like as we were leaving, and I was like, "Oh no, dude! Like at the time I worked for Best Buy. I was like, I work for Best Buy." He's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I just made all that shit up." Like, but but yeah, like those little they have little boxes or whatever, where you can like solve little mysteries and shit, which is super cool. And then also, you can just do what everybody else does, which is just like get information from the internet and be an internet sleuth. There are so many different ways to be able to solve little mysteries, but
I don't mind doing the little mystery, but I get so Captain Distracted. It's not funny.
Captain Distracto, I love that.
I took it from Angry Tom from the Yogscast.
I love Tom. He's great.
Like, oh, they're gonna be doing a thing on the Yogscast with Tom. It's Mastermind or something like that, where the Yogs members walk into their little room and there's like a manila envelope and there's like tasks and stuff in it they have to do. Like who can make this piece of paper travel the farthest.
Okay,
So that's a thing that's going to be coming out.
I'll have to check it out.
I don't know if it's going to be on the members only page or not, but it's going to be on YouTube. So, but yeah, I'm interested in that. But no, I like little mysteries and things, but I'm going to tell you my problem solving skills are sometimes good, sometimes that of a 4-year-old. Sometimes that of a raging Hulk monster that drives the square peg through the round hole.
Technically, it works. Technically, it
so,
works.
so yeah, but spooky stuff. I have been having spooky dreams and spooky things going on in the house because I've been in the house by myself a lot. Um, Currently my door is wide open with a dog and 2 cats just staring out the door, like they're laying just inside my room, staring out the door into the hallway, which is super creepy. um, because one, the 3 animals never lay next to each other because that's heresy,
It's
and
heresy.
two, it's weird. Anyway, so chat, I'm gonna let you in my brain space real quick. Bunny's already knows this because I've talked to her on Discord. Um, I slept under my bed the other day. Because if I sleep on top of the bed, the things that are under my bed are going to wrap around me and pin me to the bed.
Night terror stuff. Like, what is it called? It's
And
the,
yeah, my sleep paralysis stuff.
sleep paralysis. That's what it is, yeah. Which I think is that's actually that's a solid workaround in my mind. We're like, damn, you know what?
Like,
boom.
When I got a sleep paralysis and could move, because sleep paralysis is what it is. You're asleep, but aware, but dreaming, and you can't move. Like, it's so anyway. In my mind, it's like, hey, things are coming from under the bed to get me on top of the bed. But if I'm laying under the bed,
then they can't get you.
There's no place for them to hide to get me because under me is just floor.
That's honestly modern solution to a modern problem. I can't stress enough. I think that's the most creative way to solve that, and that's just phenomenal. I know I said it before, but like, damn, that is genius.
And my closet is tiny. Like, it's a super tiny closet, but I still don't like my little door open. My little door is just like one of them bamboo shutter doors that slide back and forth.
Okay.
On my closet. But right now, because we were digging through hunting stuff, so my closet's open. So a solution for my closet is because my closet holds spooky things. Like, I don't like, yeah. But we had this conversation earlier. You'll have to go back in the VOD and see why I don't like closets.
Yeah.
So the solutions I have for my closet is, one, I pack anything and everything in there that I can get so there is physically no space in the closet.
Which is a great solution.
2, keep the door closed at night. 3, I have Kevin's fish tank stand pushed up against the closet.
They'll have to get through Kevin.
Kevin has a light on his fish tank. And we all know spooky things can't pass through light.
Obviously. Rules.
Obviously.
Just rules.
That's rules. They can't get you under the blankets and they can't pass through the lights. Them's the rules.
Them's the rules. That's how it works.
Although the blanket theory doesn't work for me because in my scenario of laying on top of the bed, they're wrapping up and around the entire bed. So, including the blankets. But if you're in the blankets, they can't get in the blankets to get you. They can hold the blankets, but they can't get you. Them's the rules. Hi, Bubs.
I mean, honestly, again, I can't stress enough. That was a smart, in my mind, that was such a smart solution.
And I'm gonna tell you something on zombies.
You're trying to tell me you're bad at thought solving crime, but like you came up with like a dope ass like sleep paralysis life hack. Like I wouldn't have thought of that. I honestly wouldn't have thought of that.
I don't know about people in chat, but they probably just have like regular bed frames. You really can't fit under it or nothing. I have a day bed, so it's like has pretty tall legs on it. And I'm not a small guy, but I cannot lay on my side under my bed. So I physically have to lay on my back. And it's very uncomfortable, but when I did that, it was some of the best sleep I got because the bad things couldn't get me in my bed/blanket fort under my bed. Another life hack, if you have a switch and you like to sleep with TV or something on and you're hiding under your bed from the bad things, you can put the YouTube app on Switch and it has its own little built-in stand and you have a little mini YouTube TV.
I didn't even know that you could do that, that you could do the YouTube thing on the Switch.
Yeah, you can also do Twitch on Switch. You can put the
say
Twitch
that 5 times
Switch.
fast right now.
Twitch on Switch. But Kevin, get out of the bubbles. So, yeah. Another spooky thing, last night, Oh, we did this. The face in my doorway. But after that, after I went to bed, because I hung out with Jotun for a while after that, and after Toby and Oreo come up and did things, there was spooky stuff happening outside, like outside in my yard. Um, I don't know exactly what it is because I didn't get up to look out the window because
Because you
don't
weren't
hear
about
things
that.
outside.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like there was definite voices and noises and stuff coming from outside my house. Cause like when all my family got home and stuff last night, they all went straight to bed. So and with my door shut and stuff, I usually don't hear none of their TVs or radios or anything. So I don't know what it was, but there was like little shadowy figures out in the swamp and stuff last night, and it was weird. And they weren't animal shaped, but I didn't see them and I didn't hear them because you don't acknowledge.
No, you absolutely don't.
No. But yeah, I could tell you guys plenty of spooky stories that happened to me when I was younger and happened to my brothers, and I could give you an in-depth look at my what I call my dream brain, but we'd have to put a content warning out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've
Because
also gone over like a lot of stuff today. We originally started out where we were gonna have this be a fairy tales and folklore debunk, and just talk about like the creepy, scary, fucked up origins of fairy tales. And then like any Thrall and Bunny stream, I
we're
think we made it like 45 minutes in that, and then we completely fucking side railed.
yeah, but you know it's always a good time,
I always have
and
fun with you. Yes, absolutely.
um and you know I think when we do your spooky Saturdays, it always runs longer than everybody else's.
This is true. With the exception of the last season we had me and Faulty had ADHD at the same time. And I think it was like an 8.5 hour stream.
Oh,
But
nice.
also because they had that shooting that happened like in the middle of our stream. So we had to
Ah,
talk about that for a bit.
yeah.
And then I read a story on Reddit that I didn't proof, and I didn't know how long it was going to be, and then it was a very long story.
Yeah.
And I for sure victim blamed because the lady, you'll have to watch the episode, guys. But it was like, again, I know I've said this before, but like if spooky stuff is happening, if scary things are happening, I never understand like horror movie logic. Like there's a killer in the house and I can't open the front door. I know I'm going to run upstairs. Like to me that's crazy. Like bust a window out and like just cheese it. Just run.
Well, see, that's you guys in that scenario. Me in that scenario, and I live
Oh
with my
no,
brother.
to be clear, I'm taking the thing out. That's what I'm doing. But I'm saying
Yeah.
like for other people who are like I'm trying to run away, like run away smarter, you know?
Like you see those little TikTok videos of stuff of people like, oh, there's a noise, and they like pull this thing out because they can't show real weapons on TikTok. Of I've been waiting for this, and like they cock a mop or something.
The one
But
guy
yeah,
who was like, "Oh, you picked the wrong house," and he literally picks up a vacuum he was gonna hit him with a bat, but it was actually a vacuum. Like
yeah,
that's modern
yeah,
solutions.
yeah. Or there's one I like to watch. He goes, the guy breaks into his house, and he goes, not another one. I'm running out of place to bury the bodies.
That
And
one
yeah,
dude, the
so
one dude
stuff like that.
who was like, "Oh, like," he goes, "So when how often do you call 911?" "I don't call 911. I call 811." "Why?" Because they that's who gives you permission to. In the United States, 811 is the place that
Um,
like keeps track of where all the electrical wires and everything So it's a dig
Yeah.
safe number. So you call to
Dig
clear where
safe.
you're going to dig, to make sure you're not going to hit somebody's electrical lines or their
Yeah.
internet or anything like that, or like into a
Yep.
pipe. So you can
Which are
safely
always
dig.
wrong anyway. 811 is wrong.
I
I called them
mean,
one time, and so we started digging, and then they were off by like 25 feet. So
well, I
yeah,
mean, the Earth moves. Like not like just like the it moves around the sun or then it turns. No, but like Earth shifts.
well
The
that's because it
layer of
spins
the
super
mantle
fast.
shifts.
That's because it spins super fast.
Listen, Earth spins goes spins out of control wildly on a Thursday. Scientists are saying it's crazy. That it's like, wow, this is so like historically amazing. I spin out of control on a Thursday and I'm a problem. What?
I spin out of control on a Thursday, and I get the cops called.
And that's, kids, is why you
Literally,
always keep bail money.
literally.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, literally. God. Every time. Every time. Oh. But yeah, we've talked about a lot of stuff. We've covered a lot. Even in our ramblings, we've covered a lot of spooky what have yous.
So yeah,
And
animal
also, I promise I
sensitivity
will eat
again.
more than SpaghettiOs.
Yes, eat more spaghettios because we have community night as well.
This is true. We do have Shadow Guild community night coming up. It's supposed to be a chill time.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a chill community
Um.
night.
But yeah, we did cover a lot. Chat. Bunny's awesome, and she does more than just Spooky Saturdays. Um. So check her out. We
I
do
was about
community
to
games
plug. This is what
sometimes.
I was gonna plug you. I was gonna say, let's move to the part where I talk about your content. You're so sweet.
So yeah, and it's always fun. And usually, if we're doing community games, you get to hang out with me and Bunny
That's right.
and a bunch of other cool people.
You're gonna talk about the usual suspects.
The usual suspects. So zombies usually there, and then Ty, and Archie, and Mom,
Jotun, Lord Shadow.
Jotun, yeah, Lord Shadow, and sometimes we get a bunch of. Sometimes we get new
Yeah,
people in.
we get all sort. We're a pretty open, exciting community with great
So
content creators and players.
I don't think Bunny has a Discord link.
I don't, because my Discord is used solely for planning purposes. Usually, I
And
run out of. I work out of your Discord or the Shadow Guild.
I no longer have a Discord link.
Yeah, so now I'm just be working strictly out of the Shadow Guild, see?
Like, I took my Discord link off because I turned my Discord from a community Discord into a private Discord because I took my online
The presence.
presentation
Yeah.
presence in a different direction via my Discord. Anybody's welcome to my Discord. Like, if you're in anybody else's Discord and you want to be in my Discord, I will tell you, my Discord is an adult Discord.
There are memes. Memes live there.
Memes live there, but like, I do not sugarcoat
He does not.
anything. If you come up into my Discord and I'm in my Discord, other people's Discords, I will tame it down. My Discord, you come up in my Discord and you're talking shit, I will not kick you out of my Discord because you're entitled. But I'm going to tell you my thoughts and my opinions. And if you get all pissy and offended, there's a
I
leave button.
personally, I enjoy watching people get red. It's great.
So, there is 2 rules in my Discord, and 2 rules only. No racism, no homophobiaism. You want to get political in there, do it, but be prepared because my political opinions are different than everybody else's.
Basically,
And by
it
different,
sounds
I mean,
like don't be an
yeah.
asshole, and be prepared to catch these hands if you out of line, if you come out of pocket.
I will not kick anybody out of my Discord. I personally will not. I have mods in there. Bunny's a mod.
Yeah, I will
Zombie's a
banhammer you
mod.
for sure.
Jotun's a mod. if they kick somebody out of the Discord, that's on you.
I'll tell you to have the
Like,
best. I'll tell you to have the day you deserve, and then I'll ban you. But
so my Discord is an adult themed whole I don't care about your feelings
to
place.
to preface it, it's not when he says adult themed, it's not like an OnlyFans adult
Yeah,
themed.
there's not
It's
big
like
floppy.
there's going to be language that
There will be
there will be
language.
language will happen.
There will be memes about politics. There will be memes about other things. There, people are welcome to come in there and have discussions about things.
It's a very open
But
atmosphere.
it is a 18 plus place because I have it that way.
Yeah, because children. I get that.
Yes.
But
So
I know that you've been working on the weekly Core Keeper series.
yes,
You succeeded in dragging me kicking and screaming into Minecraft.
Zombies Minecraft server is always good. I also play on Blast Stubs every once in a great while now. And then I have one that I've been playing around with different mods and stuff.
You know,
But
that one
again,
Jake
there-
guy,
that-
that one Jake guy was playing Pixelmon the other day, and I immediately thought
Yes.
this is some shit that you would love.
He was using the Tekkit launcher to play Pixelmon. But it looked way more confusing than the Pixel mod on the Pixelmon on
CurseForge?
the CurseForge that we use. I'm sure it's roughly the same, but yeah. So yeah, we do Minecraft. I don't stream Minecraft anymore because I got a bunch of negative feedback about Minecraft on my Twitch stuff. So
Which
I
is bullshit, but
I do not stream it, but I do play it in Discords and on chill days. Again, I'm also not on Discord lately as much as I have been.
but I know that
Like
you've
I
been
said.
you've been making the push for the weekly
Yes.
Core Keeper series, which
And-
I personally enjoy watching. I think everyone else should. And I know you do some YouTube stuff. You put your gameplay.
All my Twitch VODs go to my YouTube channel, which I have two I have to upload now because it's been a couple days. Yeah, so the Core Keeper series is going to come back. It hasn't been there for 2 weeks because I've had COVID, but it will come back. Jotun, Zombie, and I have been doing some played up stuff. I know Jotun plans on streaming it tomorrow, which I'll probably be part of. Maybe, because I am kind of getting PC burning because I've been on it every night this week.
That's why I was like, I gotta get him before he gets burnt out.
Um,
But yeah, I know you've
What
been doing
else?
that. I know
I
that
want to get back. I want to get back in the Rim world, but I want to work that out where I can do multiplayer with Zombie. That may be a YouTube thing, instead of a Twitch thing.
yeah.
But currently I do not have enough space to store the videos, so it may have be a Twitch thing. And I know Zombie's been trying to stream more too.
Yeah.
So
We all kind of got after we threw that charity drive together literally at the last minute, and then we fucking crushed it. I think everybody kind of was like, and I need a nap, and then we all took like a 2-week nap.
Well, you moved in the process. You and Zombie moved.
Yeah.
I got COVID in that time period twice. So
If you
that
had a
was a
nickel
thing.
for every time, you'd have 2 nickels, which isn't
I'd
a
have-
lot, but it's weird it's
no.
happened twice.
No, I've had 3 nickels. I'd have 3 nickels for COVID. So I've had it 3 times. Which, whatever. It didn't kill me yet. So
That's right.
but yeah, so that's what I'm doing. I'm not really working on projects. I'm more doing the job search thing because I have to get a job. because
Be a job person. I get that.
yeah, and I don't have. If I had a landline or good cell phone service, I'd do the remote thing. But I can't because I don't have good cell phone service and we don't have a landline. And I'm not gonna ask my brother to put a landline in because
No, for sure.
that's expensive. He's already paying for the higher internet so I can do the streaming stuff. So we can thank him for that. Oh, other than that, you know, the Core Keeper. I want to do some multiplayer RimWorld. Played Up is a thing that happened. Peglin. I did a Peglin stream. That's a thing that happened.
I loved that, by the way.
I really enjoyed Peglin. It was great. I get super salty and super frustrated. So if you guys want to see Thrall Salt,
It's the best time. Best time to do it.
Peglin and RimWorld is Salty Thrall. Bunny loves my RimWorld because I literally yell at the dudes. It's great.
It's amazing.
So
I have problems. It's fine. But no, for sure. I'm very excited. I'm also very pumped that I was able to hang out with you today. This was
Bunny wants to do a Dread Hungies soon.
yes, this coming week if I can, or maybe the next week. I would like to get some Dread Hungies down because I know we have some people who haven't played yet. I've only played a handful of times, which I think I did a pretty good job, to be honest. Nobody was expecting me to put totems on the actual ship mast. Nobody expected that, and I was a sneaky bitch.
Yeah, they bug out now.
They don't stay anymore. They fixed it.
I think they move when the ship moves. They stay where they're at.
Damn.
Then the ship moves away. At least that's what I've seen on some streams. I don't know.
We'll have to try it for science.
Yeah, we'll have to do it for science. But yeah, that can get some saltiness sometimes. But I really enjoy Dread Hunger.
Yeah, you've been playing with Sean Bean lately.
Sometimes I make some cameos with Sean Bean when he streams it. He's been doing a lot of Played Up. Not to promote Sean Bean because
I will.
He gets Sean Bean. It's not the actual Sean Bean, but it's
no.
Sean Bean.
And here's the thing. He does it so well that I honestly have to I have to tell myself Bunny, this is not actual Sean Bean. And I'm like, but it sounds. He does it so
like Sean Bean
fucking
and everything. He has the deep Sean Bean voice. And people will come into his chat and they're like, "Are you really Sean Bean?" Well, yeah, that's my name, Sean Bean.
That's his name. Honestly, though, every time, without fail, there's always one point where I'm just like, this is really him. This is Boromir. This is.
But Sean Bean, he gets over 2,000 subs in the first 2 days of a month.
Damn, I believe it.
Simply because any sub, bits, donation, or anything like that Sean Bean gets on Twitch, he gives to a charity. And he runs a different charity every month.
I like that. That's a good way to do it.
He takes no money from it because he says his actual job allows him to be well off. So when he streams, his streams are strictly for charity. August we planted over because I donate. I don't donate or sub to a lot of people, because I don't have a lot of money. So
yeah,
I don't even have Amazon Prime, so I don't even have the free sub to give out to anybody. So occasionally when I get $5-10 in my Cash App, it usually goes towards Sean Bean. Sorry, friends.
Hey, listen, no, that's fine. I am fine with that.
So last month they planted, I think it was over 2,500 trees for charity. month before that, it was Planned Parenthood. So when we did our Planned Parenthood, Sean Bean was doing Planned Parenthood, and he got over $3,500 for that.
Nice.
Um, this month, I forget what it is. It's is it mental health, or it's either mental health or something for veterans. I can't remember. But yeah, so this month he's doing that, and he's been doing a lot of played up instead of the Dread Hungies. Now he still does some recordings with the Yogs,
Yeah.
but they're not really playing Dread Hungies right now because played up.
Yeah, I mean, Played Up was they actually made that.
Played up is their baby. Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. So Overcooked always looked way too intense for me to fucking manually handle. Which this doesn't look that. It. I feel like it takes the concept from Overcooked but makes it manageable.
Overcooked is because the Yogs played Overcooked, and that's where they got there. Overcooked is way stressful and everything. Played up is you get your stressful stuff, but it's not really all that it's like all chill, and then all of a sudden you realize, oh shit, we got people waiting outside. Our day's gonna end, and then it just ends. You don't have that oh shit for an hour. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have it for like 30 seconds, and you go, oh well, and start a new day. So that's played up is quite enjoyable, and I have played it probably 15 hours, and I just got it on Wednesday.
Well, I'm very pumped to see some more from that. I am also very excited to see some more Core Keeper, maybe some Rage RimWorld in the future.
Yeah, I want to figure out the multiplayer in the world, and hopefully Zombie will do that with me.
I would love
'Cause
that.
I know Zombie has a lot going on with Gloomhaven and his own personal stuff and stuff like that, and he mods a lot for other people.
He does.
So
Rage rimming.
So yeah, I don't know what else I really don't have anything else planned.
Well, I think the best way, it sounds like the best way to find out what you got going on is to
I always tweet.
just follow you and follow you on Twitter. The tweeter.
Yeah, I'll always tweet before I stream, and then when I start streaming, there's an auto tweet sent out anyway. So even if you missed the first 5 minutes, you know. I don't post around when I start stream. Like, I don't go into all the Discords to do the self promos anymore. If it's auto set up in somebody's Discord, cool. But I personally don't go around and do the self promo stuff no more, because I'm trying to be more chill, more relaxed.
Yeah, don't stress about it.
I'm not gonna lie, I got to a point to where I wasn't enjoying turning the computer on. So
That's not good.
I did do a video about that. I didn't post that on YouTube. That VOD's probably gone by now. But yeah, I did get to a point to where I didn't enjoy sitting at my computer. So, but I'm getting back to where I am enjoying it. But I have to do it in moderation. So
Absolutely. And of course, I immediately was like, let me just get him on like a 4-hour stream. Immediately. But no.
No, I had a break. I had a pretty good break. And then, because my birthday, so I streamed twice on my birthday. And then I really enjoyed Played Up, which thank you, Zombie and Bunny, for the birthday gift.
Happy birthday.
So I played Up with Zombie and Jotun and Shadow yesterday. Oh, four people's too much in Played Up, I think. Unless you have a big restaurant. So yeah. But yeah, you can check me out on Twitch, Twitter, and like I said, I am a member of I think 13 different Discords right now. No, I narrowed that down. I'm sorry, I'm down to 10. Um,
Can't believe you just
so
lied to everyone and said 13.
I did, but
Jesus, I can't
then I
believe
just
you.
looked. I just looked. I left a couple because they were not happy places.
They did not
So
bring you joy, so you Marie Kondoed them out of your life.
yeah.
Well,
So, but
hey,
yeah.
listen, I'm super happy that we got to spend 10. Those are rookie numbers. Listen, Discord is wild. It's wild, okay? It's a lot of stuff to deal with. But I'm just
The
very
only
happy.
reason I'm still in Zombies Discord is to make him look at it.
That's fair, and I also do the same.
Like, I legit just go in there and be like, at zombie, look at this. That's it.
I've seen those and I love it.
Just like when I get on Animal Crossing, and if I can buy a skeleton or get a skeleton, I buy it and send it to Bunny as a gift.
Which I appreciate wholeheartedly.
Which I haven't found any lately. I am a weird person, but when there's something that I find that I do, like, I will do it. Like, I might not do it consistently, but I'll do it randomly. Like, but you know it's gonna happen. Like, everybody knows it'll happen. It's just, when is it gonna happen? Like, I post a daily meme in my Discord. Every day, I post a meme.
I live
missed
for
the
those
meme on the
memes.
birthday, but I made up for it the day after by posting two.
He did.
So,
Can confirm.
in my Discord, there's usually a daily meme. Me and Bunny have this thing where we try to be the first one to tell each other it's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday, my dudes.
Like, I don't think Bunny thought it was a thing to be the first one to tell me it's Wednesday.
No, I made
but
it. I made it into a game. I assumed that we were on the same page. So I'm
Yeah,
glad to
we
hear you
didn't even
outwardly say that it is in fact that I'm not crazy and that it is a thing we've been doing. Cool,
Yes.
cool. All right.
It is a thing. Like, the first person to tell the other person it's Wednesday. And Saturday. I've been doing it on Saturdays too.
Yeah, you got me this week. I'll get you next week. Don't you worry.
So, yeah. So that's a random. Like, if you get to know me, I just do random.
Thrall's a
stuff.
good egg. You should all chill out.
Yeah, I mean, I come out of the wonderful brain that is Bunny's, because I am.
Yeah, because he's a figment of my imagination that we're sharing. You know, I did a very good job. Props to me. But no, for seriously though, I am really happy that we got to hang out today on stream and talked about, you know, we started out strong. We stayed on topic for I feel like 40 minutes, which I think is like a record for us. I think that's a record. And then I think we've covered a lot of different things. I'm still, you know, a little nervous about canned raviolis. I'm gonna be that way forever. But
I don't go in walk-in closets. So.
That's fair and reasonable, and I support that wholeheartedly.
I also don't sleep with a mirror in my room.
Oh, well, there's actually... Remind me of that next time we're chatting, because there's actually a spooky reason for that. But we are getting...
I know the spooky reason for it. My brothers tortured me with mirrors when I was a kid. That's the spooky reason for it. Yeah.
Ooh. But
so.
Let's... Because I do have to get ready for community night over at the Shadow Guild.
Yeah, and you need to eat food.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. You know what? I think I'm gonna convince Zombie to go get Chinese food.
That is food.
Because I think I deserve it.
Pork fried rice.
No, I get chicken fried rice.
Mm.
It's all chicken. Don't worry about it.
Shrimp fried rice.
But I'm very, again, super thrilled that we had the time today to hang out with you. You took the time to hang out with me. You always hang out with me. I'm very excited. This has been a really fun time. And I'm just very, again, thank you guys for the raids. For everybody who again
Thank
didn't have
everybody that
to.
subbed.
They didn't even have to. You didn't even. It even says in my about me like, "Don't fucking sub to me." And it still happens. I'm like, okay, that's fair. There's
So, yeah.
stickers. I get that. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. Let's move to the part where we find a friend to harass. I mean, raid.
I actually have really no friend on. Scott Dog 1
Ooh,
is just chatting.
Zach's playing board games.
There
It
you
looks
go.
like. So let's go harass Zach.
Bunny Bear's just chatting, but you know.
Yeah. Although I will say this, there have been some projects upcoming that everyone should just keep an eye out for. With our friends from Happily Morose, we've got some stuff coming up. But yeah, we're gonna raid. We're gonna raid Zach, I think. And I even remember how to do it. Boom. Yeah, we're gonna raid him. But yeah, again, thank you guys so much for hanging out and getting spooky with us. If you're not following Thrall,
and just bullshitting. Like, remember, don't touch the creepy shit in the woods.
Yeah, just fucking don't. If you think it's a good idea, just don't. Shh, don't do it. But yeah, let's get this raid going. I love you all, and I hope you have a spooky Saturday. Bye!